Hey everybody. Welcome to the stream. We're gonna talk about some Star Citizen today. We're gonna touch on some news that's coming up. Some news that happened over the weekend, some stuff that I missed out on, and it's time to catch up together. Glad to have you all in here with me today. Thank you so much for coming. How was everybody's weekend? Good to see you in chat, Rift, Arctic Wolf, Thaki, Zero, Vassin, PK, Shifty, Jacob, thank you guys, Hexamir, Astro Monkey, Alpha Killer, Reese, thank you guys all for being in here. Appreciate you. Wanted to play Star Citizen over the weekend. Had some trouble though. Yeah, the game's been running rough from what I've been hearing. Yeah, we're gonna touch on kind of what's been going on. It's had some struggles over the weekend, stability-wise, and it looks like people are frustrated. We're going to talk about Chad McKinney is departing CIG. So we'll talk about kind of what he was working on. Some more talk about chat in Star Citizen. That's been going on Reddit. Really, I got some of the discussion points that I saw around Reddit that I thought were really interesting for today. And wanted to kind of wrap up some of the interesting topics that I noticed. People talking about kind of how many people are playing, how's funding going, just different things that I thought would be interesting for us. So we'll get to that in a bit after everybody's been able to get into the chat. Thanks for the sub, TDT. Good morning, Beat Depression. How you doing? Good to see you. Abdi, great to see you in chat, man. Hope you're having a lovely day. You got called into a big work meeting on Sunday? I'm sorry. That kind of sucks. Zero, you having a long weekend? Nice, that's good to hear. Good for you, dude. Happy to hear it. Weekend was too short for you, Wolf. Understandable, man. Oh, you meant the GII meeting. Well, thanks for coming through. Hope you guys got some good information and got to learn a little more about GII from that. The Golem is your new favorite ship. Why is that? Chilling before you pick your boy up from the nursery. Oh, I hope your boy's doing well. Is there a breakdown? Yes. The audio recording of the meeting will be published in this week's announcement. Maneuverable and cheap to run. It is, yeah, it's a pretty cool ship. Don't think I've really looked too much into it. I haven't been inside of it. I haven't seen one in game. I think we went over the Q&A with this. Small mining starter. No interior. You have no desire to do a line in mine as it just takes too many hours. You don't have the play sessions that long. You can always leave. You don't have to stick around for the whole thing. There's still plenty of good stuff to get from that area. Yeah, this is a pretty cool looking ship. And I know a lot of people are surprised at the price. It's about the price of a full game, so like it's still definitely a lot for a lot of people. Most people wouldn't look at this and think I'll buy it, but it's, you know, it's a different kind of decision for people. You went down to the site to explore and get a Volt weapon, then left? Yeah, I just go down there to loot the weapons, to be honest. I haven't completed any of the Align and Mine stuff. It's just a location to visit. Yeah, Bert, it's a new mining ship. Drake Golem, pretty small. It's got a bespoke mining laser on it. Why don't we watch the trailer for those who haven't seen it yet?
They say these worlds weren't built for us. So, they'll just watch you tear them down. And smile as we mine their damned rubble. We start strong and hold fast. Work for grit, not glory. So when the ground does shake, we live steady. Drake's a family, old as dirt. First to take you in and will never leave you behind. They weren't wrong, by the way. These worlds aren't built for us. So we'll build our own. Drake Golem. For the workers.
Yeah, so that's the trailer. New Golem mining ship is in the game, and it's a good starter. Yeah, it's gonna be a good starter ship. Okay, let's talk about what's going on. So this isn't like a big important piece of news. This is just stuff that people were talking about on Reddit that I thought was interesting because we've been focusing on it recently. We talked about how chat and Star Citizen just kind of suck shit and people are rude and annoying, and there's no moderation tools. So this person, Reaper's Fist, posted on Reddit. They asked, is CIG even monitoring chat at all, mainly in American servers? Because right now it's getting absolutely out of hand. They said there are screenshots of people being rude, racist, toxic. American servers are filled with political chat that's not funny. Made me had to go to Australian servers. Just seeing people talking about Trump, bombings, etc. and back in 4.0.2. I don't know if this is still a major issue, but when Americans flooded into Australian servers, because apparently American servers were borked, they would instantly start plaguing chat with politics that non-Americans. So there's like clearly a problem with chat. And it's becoming more and more of a problem. Like this was a problem for years, building up very slowly, but at this point it has taken a very significant turn down. F12 is not the answer. You can't, like, this is a multiplayer game. I have been in situations where I needed to kill someone and needed to talk to them to let them know, hey, I don't want to kill you. And having everybody just automatically turn off F12, turn off chat, is not the answer to fixing the game, guys. It is the equivalent of telling people that if they don't like Star Citizen, they should go play a different game, which, I mean, yeah, you should. But it's also worth listening to kind of like what the problem is. And there are certain things that devs can ignore or not and choose to put time towards or not. I think chat in a multiplayer game is probably one of the big things you should put time towards. I turn off F12. I use F12 as well. I turn the chat off. I don't want to hear it. I don't want to read it. I don't want to talk about it. But at some point, it comes the time when you do need to use chat. And it's like, if there's constant nonsense going on, that just blocks whatever you are trying to say. Zendon, thank you so much for the super chat on YouTube. How do pilots strap into their ships? Is it magnetic? The seat just stabs you and holds you there. You consider it to not have chat. Chat's useful. When you're out at the align and mine kind of things and VoIP's not working, you need to be able to talk in some way. Yeah, I mean, these people are saying, you know, just hit F12 when you log in. But unfortunately, that means you can't see either. It doesn't block them, it just blocks you. Everybody else gets to keep talking. There is another thread too. These threads are unrelated and they're at different times by different people. This is Reaper's Fist, this is Star Citizen Roebuck, and again, this is somebody else who's saying, we need more chats. Global chat has its place, but it's not enough to facilitate the kind of socialization capability I'm looking for. And they go in to ask, like, can we please see a chat for, like, maybe in space, on planets, just in general. They need a proximity-based restrictive chat to help whittle down the communication clog right now. Yeah. I think we're at, like, we're just about at the boiling point for something to allow for people to communicate better in this game. Whether it's VoIP, whether it's chat getting better, whatever it is, the game needs help with how people are interacting with each other. Now, a lot of people just want the ability to block folks, which could work. Like, just being able to block the messages of certain people would kind of clear things up, but that also still requires newcomers to go through extra effort just to be able to see a normal chat. "600 people in one chat is crazy." Yeah, it is. It's actually surprising how slow it goes. I guess that's testament to how few people are actually talking and getting involved, considering you get into a chat with 600 people and it feels like there's only 8 people talking. And I know they're working on it. Like, they talked about it at CitizenCon last year. And if we look at the last month report, I don't know if there's anything on there. Nothing about chat, nothing about... Okay, here we go. February saw the UI team focus on bug fixing user experience in vehicles. As part of this, they took an in-depth look into the upcoming social universe feature shown at CitizenCon, focusing on the user experience. This involved taking the original design, working out user-friendly layouts, and ensuring interactions are well thought out and easy to use. So the UI team is working on stuff related to the panel from CitizenCon. but they're not calling out anything actually chat related. They're not saying, we're working on moderation tools or chat or anything like that. So we don't actually know what that means. Major dev departs in the title is a major dev at CIG has departed the company sometime in the last couple weeks. You feel like it's way down on the list of social features needed? Need group and org capabilities more than global chat fixes? I mean, I would personally prefer the ability to just talk to people first. Yeah, I remember the Xbox Live rating system. That was a good one. Yeah, the dev that left is Chad McKinney. We're gonna get to that, don't worry. That's coming up. Just watching your talk with Voidy and the Hathor areas are amazing for solo play. I looted a ton of components, and after partying up with a random, we shot down a Gladius that killed our ships. That's cool. Always feels good to shoot down some folks that were ruining your playtime. Thank you, whoever's in the chat, for gifting out that. What? A hype train? Wait. Oh, Joshua, thank you for the sub. An anonymous gifter over on Twitch, thank you as well, guys, for getting the hype train started. Really appreciate that. It's the last day of March. What's a hype train to celebrate getting through March? Well done, everybody. Pat yourselves on the back. Good job. You got through quarter one. So that's what we have on chat. Besides that, any questions in the chat? Oh, thanks for gifting out another anonymous sub on Twitch. Appreciate you. Just dropped your physics course, but we're still going. Wait, what? Oh, I see. Well, congrats on if that was a difficult decision to make. Still no financials. Yeah, the not releasing financials is getting a little bit weird. It should be in the next week and a half or so. We'll find out if there is a CitizenCon. If we honestly, if they give us CitizenCon news before giving this financials, then that would be a very, very weird situation. If they don't give CitizenCon information and don't give financials, that would be a worse situation. Honestly, I don't know. They're being very weird about information right now. We're gonna see what happens next week, but I think it's getting a little bit long for them to put the financial information out, and they need to probably put that up. Yeah, we good, guys. What if they don't have a CitizenCon this year? I don't think it'll be that big a deal. At least for the company. Obviously, for us, it's not as fun. CitizenCon is a fun time of like news and information and things. But I think that they are in a place of development where they're putting enough stuff in the game now that they don't really have to worry too much about keeping the hype up quarter 3. As long as like inside Star Citizens are still good, and the updates that they're putting out are still good. I think that they can probably get through quarter 3 running off of IAE hype and maybe like a big update in October. It wouldn't be as bad. Now that the F-8C is nerfed to the ground, what's the new solo heavy fighter meta? I have no idea, man. I don't know about fighter metas. No, I don't feel like they're hiding something. I think they probably have some complicated financials to report, considering the turbulent buyout and the stuff going on with their investors. Your chat had any success mining anything out in the verse? No, actually. Not in my time mining. Wouldn't surprise you if their financials are linked to the UK tax year. It might be, but they usually release them at the beginning of the year. And it's the previous year. So, I mean, this would be 2023's financials. Think we'll see a 4.2 roadmap, or are they just trying to put what they can out in patches? We will see a 4.2 roadmap eventually, but I don't think it's going to be for a little while. I think it's going to be a couple months. Matt, good to see you on Monday. Welcome in. May not show the right financials because it contains Squadron 42. I mean, I feel like they could redact that for the public showing, no? Just Stanton's broken. Okay. So 4.1 is actually struggling quite a bit. We're going to talk about the general vibe of the game and how people are feeling about it. But why don't we have just like a kind of general look at how 4.1 has been performing, because it's a rough launch. Server degradation messages are still up. Team is currently investigating a number of issues that include, but are not limited to, inventory delays, interaction delays, and infinite loading. So we've run into these problems ourselves, and it's annoying. 4.1 is not doing well. And I think there was actually a good thread about this. See if I could find it. Chat stuff, chat stuff, chat stuff. Here's actually one that might fit in this conversation. But I'm looking for one that was talking about the server load. Man, it's long gone, I guess. More hit or miss than the usual patch. That might be it, honestly. It's just very hit or miss. It's even more dependent on the servers. And I think that's what's annoying people the most is, well, there's two things that are annoying people. And this post is just gone. It's, I guess it was older than I thought. It was a post basically talking about how, like, this is the year of stability. We're getting server meshing. Server meshing is finally supposed to fix this, and clearly it hasn't. I think I saw that. No, I don't want to start spreading stuff that's not true. Let me take one more look. Reddit has a weird way of organizing this stuff. Let's see if this pops up in the top. There we go. So they lowered the amount of players in a shard. The team has taken the decision to start lowering the soft and hard caps of active game shards temporarily while they continue investigating the source of some of the performance degradation that full population shards are hitting. The configuration changes will take a little while to percolate through, and fresh game shards will be created to account for the spread. Thanks for the patience and support. So the shards are getting smaller, which I think a lot of people look at and say, hey, server meshing is failing. It's not working. This was supposed to fix everything. And now we're stuck with kind of a supposedly server meshed game that is still struggling from some of the same problems. Now, we're not really behind the scenes. Who knows if they're the same problems or not? But I personally don't really take this as a sign that server meshing doesn't work. We've seen it work. And as people are also saying in chat, it's hit or miss. So it's working in the sense that, like, there are underlying problems that are causing issues. And I do kind of think that those go back to the database more than server meshing. But clearly this is still, like, the game is still struggling, even with server meshing. And the main problem, the main reason for that is because, actually, I'm not going to say the main reason. One of the main reasons that people are theorizing this is because the current version of server meshing is still linking areas to servers and not dynamically resizing themselves. So if you get 100 people on a planet, then no matter what, those 100 people will be in that server with the person on the nearby moon, with the space stations flying overhead, with all that stuff. And the theory is that dynamic server meshing will allow them to have the game itself decide how big those servers are at all times. So if 100 people are around a planet, around these moons, maybe the server is containing those moons and stuff. But if another 100 people come to one of those moons, all the other planets and moons will be its own server, and the moon will get a single server itself. That is supposed to be the magic of dynamic server meshing. That is the hard part. Well, not the hard part. That is the part that most other games haven't done before. Static server meshing has been used. Dynamically, it hasn't really been a thing. And so yes, that's part of what can help, but that's not going to fix everything. There are clearly issues with the game itself that need to be solved, from AI to object tracking to elevators, and that also is part of what people are looking for to this year. And the longer we see elevators continue to be a problem, the more, annoyed people will be. Yeah, they might fix elevators in 3 months, but at least for now, combined with all the other problems going on, that leads to a lot more frustration. Toes. So yeah, that being said, I've just completely lost my train of thought. But basically, server meshing is gonna struggle. But it's not the end all be all. It allows them to fix other things. I think one of the best things that it allows for is the transit refactor, which was supposed to happen at the same time. Kind of annoyed it didn't. But it wouldn't have happened before server meshing. And I think those are the kinds of things that are really important for them to be able to do, that server meshing was really needed for. And unfortunately, those are also taking time. I think another thing, though, that comes from this whole understanding of this year is, like, people keep saying it's the year of stability for Star Citizen. And then being angry when they release, like, updates with weapons or vehicles or new locations in them. And then when you go back to this letter from the chairman and you read what it says a focus on playability. Crazy. Playability doesn't sound like stability. But somehow we got messaging from CIG, and now suddenly it's different from what they said. I don't understand. It's almost like every single time they say something. Let's just go back to freaking CitizenCon 2023 when somehow, some way they said everything in this CitizenCon is coming in the next 12 months. And then we go back and we look and there are all these extra words thrown in there that clearly mean that's not their sole focus. Now, don't get me wrong. That stuff, it's been like 16 months and we still don't have all the stuff from there, which is crappy. But I think people really need to get a grasp of what's being said and think back to that when it doesn't go the way that they think it's supposed to go. Trout, thank you so much for the subs on Twitch. I appreciate you. Oh, you also resubbed. Hello, friends and lovers. You know who you are. Thank you for coming through, buddy. I appreciate you. The focusing on stability doesn't mean no new features. Didn't they explain that? They did. But that's not even the weird part. I mean, we're not really seeing new features yet. But right here, where is it? Where is it? Our drive for playability surrounds 3 critical areas. Our drive for playability, okay, 2025 is a focus on playability, and playability itself is defined by 3 things: performance, stability, and content. Content is there, right? Content, it's still there. That's kind of what we're getting in these updates. Now, I see somebody also saying that they're sweeping the bug fixing under the rug, but let's go to the patch notes. And see what they released when they did. You scroll down, and there's a whole freaking page of technical updates, crash fixes, and bug fixes. Now, they haven't fixed the game, okay? It's still not working exactly how we want. It's not even close. Server meshing is still struggling. The game is crashing. It's annoying. All right, I get that. But like, come on, y'all. Like a little nuance. The letter from the chairman didn't say that 2025 is solely about stability. It doesn't say that the game's going to be fixed. What they want it to be able to do is to be playable to the point where they have more people interested, paying attention, and spending money. They've succeeded at that, honestly, and I don't think they've succeeded at, like, they haven't succeeded at the playability, but it's very, very clearly bringing in more money. That's what we're going to talk about next here, somewhere around here. Yeah, this post. It's definitely bringing in more money, and it's bringing in more money because, guys, I'm sorry to say, but the game plays better this year. And regular releases of content means people want to play. And when you talk about playability, you have to realize that, like, the simplest little things factor into playability. It's not just bug fixes. It's like the fact that when I don't know, when I drop a water bottle, it doesn't fall through the floor. No, that's even too direct. Like physics, the fact that one ship crashing into another ship actually takes some more physics adjustments into hand, that's playability. The expansion of minables to differentiate first-person minables from vehicle minables, that's also playability, because it's making the game more playable. It's making mining a more interesting profession. Mining's also broken, so that's a step back, CIG. But I think people really need to better grasp an idea of what they were saying about this year in terms of playability, because people are really stuck on the stability part of this when there is also 3 other parts: performance and stability, or 2 other parts. To be quite honest, stability hasn't been great, but performance has actually been improving, I think. The player FPS and server FPS both seem to be up, but then the desync, the networking kind of connection situations and the database problems are still there. Why not talk about these plentiful bug fixes in their showcase? What showcase? Because that stuff's not interesting, man. ISC is hype. The bug fixes you go to like Star Citizen Live for. Playability, as far as you're concerned, is stability, not features. See, but that's probably where a lot of the disconnect comes from. Everybody wants to look at this through their own lens instead of what they said on the page. Painting themselves into a corner, and only a matter of time they keep making promises, little tricks with content and ship updates. People are catching on, and soon they will run out of people to make hopium promises to. I don't know what that means. A matter of time before what? People catch on. Catch on to what? Who cares if we have millions of ways to play the game, if we can barely even play the game? I do. As somebody who's emphatically about them finishing this game, I prefer if they just get it done and keep building it, even if it is unstable. I know that's not a necessarily popular point of view, but I think the more time they spend trying to make this a perfectly playable game, the longer the development takes. Pick your poison, though. Much more playable than 4 months ago. You've had 20+ minute loading times, server error that was stuck for over an hour, and rather than spend your time seething at the game, you went and played Monster Hunter. Probably a good call. Major dev departed. That's why that's in the title. Catch on, leaving the game, stop spending money. Bro, people been leaving the game and stop spending money for years. I don't know what catch on necessarily means. Like catch on to the fact that the game takes a long time to make. Sorry, I missed that. Been 13 years, I missed that little secret. Catch on to the fact that it might not work. That's a big ol' surprise. Star Citizen might not work, folks. If you think Star Citizen a 100% done deal and it's gonna work for sure, don't spend any more money on it, because that ain't a guarantee. And I apologize if you thought that. I, as somebody who has spent way too much time looking at this game, knows that it's not for sure. They're messing around with tech that we haven't really seen people combine in different ways like this before. They're messing around with a funding model that is not easy to keep running constantly with a broken game as an alpha. They are working in an environment where the gaming industry is practically falling apart on its own. There's less money in the industry, there's less devs in the industry, there's less respect, less protections, less job security. It's not a good time for the gaming industry. And Star Citizen itself is a long-term project in an uncertain market. So yeah, catch on. Please, I'm sorry to rant like this, but please catch on that it might not happen. And if you don't like it, I would say, like, try to follow from a distance. At least don't spend money on it. I don't like telling people how to spend money, but if you're in that mindset, you know, it's not worth it. Keep it playable where we can work around common bugs. Agreed. And I would say that it's not currently at the playability. Like, even as somebody who wants to see them continue to build the game out, I don't think it's currently functional enough for people to play even how I think it should be. Catch on that it's just a scam is what you think he's referencing. But I don't even know how to, like, how do you define that too? Don't understand why nobody's understanding. They have no reason to finish the game. Everybody that will play the game is playing the game. Everybody that's gonna play the game is already... Brother, what? I shouldn't even do justice of answering that, but I just for people who might possibly think that, you know, folks age and grow. Like, the people who are playing Star Citizen right now were literally freaking children, like 5-year-olds when it first started. You genuinely think that everybody who is ever going to play Star Citizen's already played it? Come on. Come on, man. People are building PCs all the time. People are waiting for the game to not look like a scam all the time. Brother. Too many people don't understand the development process, and it takes a lot of time, so a lot of people think it should just be instant. Look, I know it's taken a long time. I'm not going to not complain about that. I just think there are some really weird takes regarding how the game goes versus how it's communicated about. I think CIG has some terrible communication surrounding it, but like, this is pretty straightforward. This isn't a focus on stability. $1 billion, 10 years and still not finished. Company won't let devs in to fix their game. They got open parts. You should apply. Hey Grolo, how you doing? I saw you make a comment earlier about server meshing. I didn't get to read that. Let me see if I can find it. One thing we got to keep in mind is that a lot of optimization is required for server meshing. Still in its infancy, optimization is boring, visible work, many layers that all need optimized. Fair. Now, see, I don't know as much as Grolo. Grolo literally works on this kind of networking stuff in his profession, but he's not CIG affiliated, so he is somebody that you can at least talk to who knows how to say more about this than I do. Maverick, thank you for the bits. Appreciate you. You've been a backer since 2017. If more people saw it, then they'd realize how good it is now. Moon's just released then. Yeah. Star Citizen's reputation in the gaming sphere is terrible. It's hard to get new people to play. But that's exactly it, dude. That's exactly freaking it. If Star Citizen's reputation in the gaming industry is terrible, then they only can go up. Why would it be that only the people who have played it now are the people who are going to play? You know how fast people can freaking flip on something if it goes from looking terrible to looking good? All it takes is like 3 videos from Asmongold, a couple videos from Jack Frags, maybe a few really good looking gameplay sessions on the IGN channel, and then the articles start being more positive, and then like public sentiment changes, and within the space of 3 years they could flip from being a terrible reputation in the gaming industry to being, oh, that game took forever, but I mean, it's playable and it's fairly cool. It's not a scam. You should try it out. It's like, it's not that hard to convince people to try things out. Look at the state of the world. Do I think dynamic server meshing is going to work? I hope so. Imagine a teen spending $1,000 on pixels. I mean, I probably shouldn't tell you about my FIFA Ultimate Team problems in my teenage years. You should check out actually to see how much people spend on JPEGs, on microtransactions. It's $1,000 is nothing. You've shown many of your friends over the years the game. 9 out of 10 of them quit immediately after a couple hours of bugs and wasted time. Would you say any of them might show up if those bugs and wasted time disappeared? We'll catch on for that the game is a front, and they're actually building in real life interstellar travel methods. And when Nyx is released, it'll mean shipping us all off as colonizers. Us, dude. I want to say I'll leave this planet, but the Earth is amazing. I don't want to go to another planet. Earth is freaking fantastic. As a space nerd, I really, really like Earth. Don't think that's how life works. That's how the gaming industry works, though. I'm telling you, man. Crappy games make comebacks so often. So freaking often. No Man's Sky is probably the best example, and I won't say it's always like that, but there are so many games that are not doing well that fix themselves and do great, especially games that are incomplete. We're still a long way from that point. We are. I'm no freaking sugarcoating. Star Citizen is still a long way from 1.0. You can always keep going down. Okay, I'll take that concession. They aren't only able to go up. They could go down. Star Citizen could go down. It could look more like a scam in the future. But with their current reputation, I would say Star Citizen probably has one of the worst reputations of any major, like, big budget game in the industry. And I genuinely think that most of the people looking at Star Citizen from the outside who have that interpretation of it being a scam don't know like half of the stuff, if that you can do in the game. I think a lot of people probably are thinking it's around Star Citizen back when we were playing it in like 2018, where it's just kind of a jumbled up mess of like things and there's not really a lot of functionality and you're mostly just running around your hangar and looking at spaceships you bought. I think if the game we had right now was stabilized, tons of people would drop the whole, oh, it's a scam idea. They would just say, oh, it's an unfinished game. Don't think people will like the game very much. I don't think the mainstream will, which is probably a good thing. Could pass on the Asmongold fans. Hey, pick your big streamer. Putting out patches on Fridays are annoying. I agree with you there. Stop putting them out on Fridays, please. Making a game take this long and cost this much money should not be coddled as a norm. I don't think anybody's coddling it as a norm. I certainly don't think this is normal. Star Citizen is not a normal game. Still insist on putting out major game-breaking patches on Friday. I think you misunderstood what I was saying that people are generally wanting everything now and don't understand the process, so they tend to get upset easily about the time. I see. I mean, in people's defense, this stream is about talking about the struggles that the game is seeing right now. So it makes sense that people are jumping in to talk about their frustrations. And I think that's one of the biggest things. It's like, it's not a problem to talk about frustrations. It's just about directing them the right way. I think getting mad at CIG for releasing 4.1 because it didn't fix things is the wrong take. Getting mad at them for releasing it on a Friday or Thursday, I feel you there. Sen, thank you for the super chat. I appreciate you. Want to say thanks for good videos and conversations. Appreciate it. I really appreciate that people are down to like come and chill and just kind of talk like this. I know it's not for everybody. Some people want to see gameplay, and maybe we'll get into game today just to check out more of this playability. But There's a lot to go over. I think there's a lot of conversation to be had in Star Citizen, and it's hard to kind of group it all together and figure out what's going on. So I thought with these Monday streams, when we chill and talk and just kind of check back in on the game, we can look more at what the community's saying too. The other day you made the mistake of showing you the Punisher channel with the renders. Oh man, they're so good. So good. Jay Bird, good luck with the chemo. Have a good day. Maybe due to players' attachment to their characters while holding an unrealistic desire for a consistent development arc. Yeah, I think that is correct, Nick. The problem comes down to, it's like the same debate we always come back to. Some people want the game to be made, some people want to play a game now. And CIG is trying to court both those people. And for the most part of this development, they've been courting the first group, people who want the game made. This year, they're turning more towards the people who want to play the game now. And despite that, they still have to do things for it to be made. They still have to do, like, they want to get item recovery into the game, but instead of working on it and building it and then putting it into the game, they're gonna give us like certain versions of it so that the game is more playable for people in certain situations. And so they're kind of making both groups mad in doing that. But that's because everybody's focused on something different. You believe in the project and really hope it succeeds, but you think the player base deserves to push to improvements. Yeah, player base should be able to voice their wants. I forgot that The Witcher 3 had a rough launch. Do I think soon after Squadron we'll see considerable boost in Star Citizen's development speed? Man, I hope before Squadron, to be honest. Progression resets are supposed to stop, yes. Difference between No Man's Sky and Star Citizen is that they fixed the game in a year or two and just kept making it better for free. SC has been bad for 10 years, and sure, it's getting better, but it's not getting better anywhere remotely fast enough. But SC's not released. And I know that they've put themselves in a bad spot by having people play it while it's in development, but they haven't reached the same point in their development that No Man's Sky when it hit the market. That brings up another argument. That, oh, it's taken too long for them to get to that point. Cool, I hear you there. But to view Star Citizen at the moment in the same way that No Man's Sky was years after its release, they're not in the same place in their journey. I need to catch up with chat. You guys been talking. Toes. Very patient, often engaged in focused testing. Refinery still can't read standalone pods, so important with the Golem. Dude, there are some things around mining that really need to get updated for that to feel truly playable. I'm glad they made some changes in 4.1, but mining bags need to be able to be exchanged and stored and transported. It's so freaking annoying. That like ruins the mining loop right now still. How long of these server meshing issues until we can call it a failure? I mean, you're free to call it a failure if you want. I would say if the game doesn't reach its potential, it's a failure. I don't have a timeline for when that's the case or not. We'll all get sick of it at some point. Have any news regarding engineering after it got delayed? Nope, engineering is dead quiet. They're not talking about that at all. The only thing about engineering we're getting is from monthly reports, which I do not have up here. Have I made a video about CIG grew in developers through the years? Sometimes people don't understand that they didn't start with 800. I haven't, but Morphologist has a very good one about it. I don't remember what it's called. It's from a few years back. But if you go to his channel, he has a really good video talking about how the company grew. Maybe we could do one over time. What is your answer for people who say you can't call it an alpha after all this time? Technically it's still an alpha, but as far as marketing and playability goes, I think CIG has lost the ability to just like hide behind that as a reason for it being unstable. The label of it being released or an early release is something they hide behind and will continue to hide behind. It's going to be a long time before they officially claim release. It's kind of a personal position, I guess, is how much value do you place on Star Citizen reaching 1.0 or any game, for instance? How much value do you place on it being a 1.0 release versus how much value do you place on it being fun? Because I think about that they put a label on it being released or an early release or whatever they want to make it sound feasible. And I try to think to myself, okay, so what is my label? What is my stopping point for holding them accountable? And I realize it's not really related to their labels. I mean, I am looking forward to the time when I know for a fact everything I do is permanent, it's linked to my character, it's not going to get wiped, all that kind of stuff. But at the same time, I'm like, I was just talking with Voidy Dude on the podcast, and if you haven't seen that, it's a very good talk. And we were talking some hypotheticals about how the game could play in the future. And I think about that and I'm like, I don't need the game to release for that. I just need a certain amount of features, probably a certain amount of locations, and good stability. So I'm not going to say they should hide behind the label of it being an early access release or a full release. But I guess I'm more replying in questioning how much that matters to me. And don't get me wrong, I want it to release. But I care more about just getting to play the fun environments, you know? If they can get me base building, engineering, and hacking in a stable game next year, and I can work with my team to craft and mine and turn this stuff in, I don't know how much I would be pissed and being like, it's not at 1.0, you know? And I don't want to discredit the fact that people want 1.0. I'm just trying to explain the way that I perceive that when you ask that question. Pure optics perspective, people step back and dispassionately examine CIG over the years. It appears to be a state of managed decline. I think, and trying to remove my own bias, I think over the last few years, I see a struggling company that spent years not getting into position to do what needed to be done, and didn't put the money in the most effective places, that is now making good moves that are, I think, a bit late, but good moves to stabilize things. I think that they have been struggling partially, mostly because of Squadron 42, actually, I think. The expansion of the company was clearly meant to match the expansion of revenue and services and things that they could deliver. And that stuff all got very much delayed by two big problems being server meshing in Squadron 42 and the company not putting the resources in the right place to get those figured out efficiently. I think that they did get around to that around 2020 or so. But the last 4 years or so, to me, honestly, feels more like they are trying to stabilize what they've been doing. I don't really see it as a decline, to be honest. Numbers have gone up in terms of people. Their reputation has improved. They have launched technology that they've been working on for years, almost a freaking decade. They have collectively delivered better messaging. They're still pretty bad at communication, but like they're doing better at having one solid line of like, this is where we're headed kind of thing. And it feels kind of like they're trimming some of the fat that didn't move in that direction. Not to say that that direction is the right direction. Maybe the people that they've cut, or that they have moved on, or that they have cut ties with in any way, they could have been advocating for the game we want, but they were still advocating for a direction that the whole company was. So, you know, what direction is right? I don't know, but a singular direction I think is better for the company than what was going on before. I've fallen so far behind in chat. You're interested in NPC crew. Can't even make the basics work. How do you expect anything else to? What do you mean by the basics, Voodoo? Don't give anything about releases anymore these days. Seen terrible ones, incomplete ones being better. What'd you learn since talking to Grollo? Since talking to Grollo? Nothing. We haven't heard anything else about server meshing. Leon Shoten, thank you so much for the sub. 45 months. Can we get a 45 freaking months, guys? Appreciate you. Been around the block. When people play and working around bugs as part of the learning curve for this game goes away, you'll then consider it a stable mainstream release option. Yeah, I think that sounds about right. What about graphics aging over time, and how long can they keep updating it before they reach a point where it is no longer feasible? I don't know. How long can Unreal Engine keep making their graphics look better? Is all I can think of. Like, if a game engine can continue to improve its graphics, then I don't see why CIG wouldn't be able to continue to improve Star Engine's graphics. Clearly remember when you said that after server meshing you would criticize the lack of progress in development. Now we have server meshing and development seems to be on hold. Yeah, I think I put out a video about that recently. I don't remember what it was. But yeah, I have started to talk more about how I don't like specifically the slowdown of features isn't great. But I honestly don't know if this strategy is going to work necessarily. And not super happy about the server meshing stuff. Well, not super happy that it's not incredibly stable. I don't expect it to be stable just yet, but it's crappy that 4.1 is out and we still can't load reliably into the game. 13 years and we don't even have social tools. I agree with that in terms of the basics. I'd love to see some social tools. I don't think they really cared too much though, when only 2,000 people are playing a game at a time. At least back when I joined, it was very small. 50 player servers, not that many servers running. Yeah, I don't think they cared about social tools. What's the alternative? They either give up, shut the game down, and waste everyone's pledges and money, or they release an unfinished game that immediately fails, or continue to allow the community to help get them back on track and produce content that allows them to continue to grow. Is there any other options? Honestly, I don't know. I think people want them to sell the game maybe to some other company. I think a lot of people's main thing is like CIG can't make the game, so they just want another company to make it instead. But I don't think, like, if another company made it, then it wouldn't be Star Citizen, because they would probably make it to fit whatever their company's strengths are. So I think that's what people want though. Basics like interactions you were complaining about yesterday. Yes, the interaction system needs some freaking help for sure. That was awful. The fact that it doesn't, like, it just closes when you click doesn't make sense. The graphics look old now. Yeah, I mean, I don't think they look old, but I'm assuming that's why they're working on global illumination and more upscaling and stuff like that. But design-wise, I mean, maybe it'll look old. I don't know. They're like, even in 5 years, if their graphics are better, they're probably still gonna match the design of the game, like the design language of the game, so it just might always look old, I guess, to you. Squadron 42 is already a 16 years old outdated game. Dude, is Grand Theft Auto also 16 years old outdated because it's coming out this year? Brother, guys, what? If you think they didn't reboot Squadron 42 and fucking start over on it multiple times throughout the last 15 years. Royal Raptor, thank you for the super chat. Haven't played since November. Wait until 4.0, then till it was more stable. Do you think the game is more playable compared then? It's playing better than it did in January. I would not jump in right now if you're waiting. Can you please remind me of which one you're talking about if it is available on YouTube? Dude, no. Go watch Space Tomato 2 and maybe you'll hear something. Actually, you know what? I'm just going to save you the work. There is no video. I don't criticize. I'm not going to criticize server meshing. Don't worry about it. If you don't hear it, it's not going to happen. And we'll just settle at that. Ubisoft would be a fantastic company for this game. They do Assassin's Creed well. You think spending on events in physical company space could have been more conservatively spent? Seeing their custom office spending while not being able to play the game irks me a bit. It could always be more conservatively spent. I don't know if it would have made a huge difference or not. They could have skipped out on a lot of different stuff when it comes to building offices and things like that. But who knows? Maybe those offices kept employees around a couple more years than they would have been. What game company could buy CSC? I don't know. Rockstar? Sorry guys, I'm catching up. You play Elite Dangerous and the graphics don't bother you? It's because it's a freaking fun game. Because graphics aren't everything. I'm definitely a graphics snob, but yeah, you got to make a good game too. You had hopes for the Dune MMO, but after seeing some of it, not even gonna bother? Really? It sounded like people were excited about it. Don't think another company would finish it without stripping out a bunch of features. All right. Custom offices probably kept people there. We had so many complaints about our downtown office because the stuff was nasty, and we've had plenty of people quit over not feeling safe. It's nice to have a nice office. I don't know who's going to be able to tell you how nice is too nice for an office, but it is nice to have a good place to work. All right. Let's talk about dev. So, recent news, Chad McKinney, developer at CIG for a while now, he's on the US features team, announced that he is moving on. I'll kind of read through this, if not summarize it a little bit for you. Nikita, thank you for the Prime sub. He said, big life update. After 9 wild years today with my last day at Cloud Imperium Games, it has been a tremendous honor to work on such a unique game. But after 9 years, I was ready to take on a new challenge. Really going to miss the team and look forward to seeing them fly to greater heights. I'm also going to miss the community who has always treated me with open arms and with whom I've been lucky enough to exchange more than a few beers. Next bar citizen, make sure to pour a big stout for me. As for what's next for the man, in a couple weeks, I'm going to Blizzard to start on a new unannounced game. I'm super excited to get back to early development on a game where there's so much ground to break, but don't worry, I won't forget about y'all. All right, I've rambled enough. Wishing you all the best, Chad. So, Chad McKinney's been around for a good hot minute, and as is being reported in the chat, he was focused on the Santa Monica team. So he was in the LA studio, which we know as of last week was closing, as they moved all of those devs over to Manchester. So over the years, we've seen a few different people make this move, whether because they just want to work on a different game, they don't want to move to England, or possibly Austin, Texas, or honestly, and I'm not going to say this is why Chad left. I want to be very clear. I have no real clue why he left, but like, imagine how much more money Blizzard could pay you than CIG. Like we keep talking about, oh, they make so much money. It's they're wasting all this money. This is what they need to do in order to save more money. Chad McKinney probably has been there 9 years, built up a salary, got himself good like support and like very, very, you know, it's a cushy spot. But 9 years is a long time in the gaming industry, and I imagine that both he is probably most of the people I talk to who work in industry, especially in like tech, in order to get a raise, you quit your job, or you get a better offer somewhere else and take it back to your manager, which is crazy. By that time, why not just get the job? So this could be him looking to get paid more, and CIG themselves is probably trying to like, okay, we've got the engine kind of stuff done, the stuff he was really working on, because he was very much involved in let me see. Oh, you know what? Last year. This would have been...
Are you ready to fill up your can?
Ah! Always, every freaking time.
Spectrum, which is our bespoke communication platform available on robertspaceindustries.com. If you haven't checked that out, check that out. It's your chance to submit questions.
So this is Chad.
Refactor or rewrite them for this release.
And you probably remember him as he was talking about the cargo stuff. This dude literally wrote down, I think what they said is the equivalent to like a full-on doctorate thesis to try and get the way that the cargo manipulation system working. I don't know how much weight to put behind that, but he was working very heavily on a lot of like the gameplay, the crunchy gameplay features. So if we go to the US gameplay team, the USPU team, I think it is. Here we go. So, cargo system refactor, commodity stuff like that, freight elevators. They worked a bit on the Missed Hull C. They worked a little bit on mission manager stuff, new player experience, locations, habs and hangars, reputation system. So the player interaction system, a lot of the stuff that kind of like has seen release over the last year or two, a lot of this stuff that they were working on has been released over the last year or two, but they still struggle. So at this point, it could be literally, hey, and again, I don't want to like make this some kind of a rumor. This is my own speculation. This is in no way confirmed. I'm just putting out possibilities there. It could be just an amicable separation. Hey, I want to work on something else. It's been 9 years. I want a higher pay. CIG is like, hey, you launched the stuff that was really hard to do and important. You've done what the senior person needed to do. Now we kind of just want to bring in a junior folk that maybe doesn't cost as much to tighten it up, polish it, and make it work well. I don't know. Who knows? But he is moving on. And I think he said, yeah, basically that's it. What does it mean for the company? I don't know. Honestly, probably not much. He probably moved, shared his knowledge that he's leaving with, and they'll just have somebody take that spot over in the other office. Love the Fleet Viewer work you do. Oh, the Grim. Good to see you in chat, Grim. How you doing? Blizzard pays notoriously bad. They pay notoriously bad and have a toxic work culture. So you think he's leaving because he likes toxicity? And less money? It might not be the money. Who knows what it is? Yeah, he was in the LA office. StarCraft 3. I think Blizzard's working on... No, never mind. That was Riot working on a new MMO. No, who knows what the work is on, but yeah. That's that update. The office move. Yeah. It could just solely be because he doesn't want to move with the office. Chad McKinney left. Doing good, Daniel. How are you doing? Good to see you in chat. Sometimes new people can bring renewed passion. True. 9 years working on a game is a long time. It's one thing if you're working on a game that has released, but 9 years of working on Star Citizen has got to get draining. And I'm not even just talking about the development itself. Like is being mentioned, like these devs get insulted so much. And I think that happens at every game studio now, just on the internet. People just get insulted a lot, but it still gets just monotonous over time. Okay. Let's talk about another topic here. The current feelings about the stability of Star Citizen, the playability of Star Citizen. I mean, we're kind of turning back to that talk. I know we spent a lot of time really getting into that. But we're going to talk about just kind of like how people are viewing what's going on with the game right now. So the first post I saw was somebody saying, is stability focus viable? And it's a pretty long post. I will read some of it. So this is from No Shirt 2407 on Reddit. Thank you, No Shirt. Appreciate you. It said, when Jared discussed the next direction of bug fixing and server meshing polish, Benoit communicated how nervous they were for this year. Sure, there was a strong contingent at marketing that was opposed to filing the bugs. They said they relied on feature hype to sell ships. Other realized they have a good game. If it can work, this debate refers within the company as well as between us and the community. Yeah. This post isn't about that debate, is what they say. So far, I see massive evidence in the funding alone to support this direction towards a successful and even record-breaking year for CIG. If the community confidence in the game and the development can be measured not by our outrage on forums, but by how much people are spending, then this year may break 300 million and add a plethora of new players. Honestly, I do think that they're going to make a lot of money this year, specifically just because the game runs on hype, yeah, and they used to use features more to sell hype. Now they're just using a playable game. And no, it's not completely playable, I know. But it's, like, again, it's a combination of content, of new mission design, of narrative, of bug fixes, and of regular patches that make it feel playable. And I think that's helping them out a lot because it keeps the activity regular and it keeps eyes on them. They continue to remember if the PU isn't playable and if the company has a reputation of scamming the community, then they begin to release Squadron 42. They are cooked, baked, and burned. This is what we were talking about. Like, they were, yeah, 300 million is kind of wild. They were definitely, like, they recognize, they know that it's not new ships that makes them money. It's the game working. And they need the game to work. I think that's why they're doing this whole playability thing. So he basically just shows their funding, and I mean, you can see from this is we could go to the actual website that hosts this because there's a little more information here. So you can see by this that their funding is up. They're already ahead of where they would have been in April of last year. And yeah, they're probably going to start their May funding well ahead of May stuff. So that'll take them far. Hey, Balton, my friend, thank you so much for the super chats, dude. Hitting us up on the YouTube chat, and also renewing your own membership. Is that 12 months? That said, a whole freaking year, dude. Toast Gang on its own. And if you don't believe me, it's right here. Appreciate you, dude. If you just got gifted a membership, give it thanks. It's actually really funny. When people get gifted memberships, it could just be random people. I had some like person who had a YouTube membership just like talking straight shit on the comments, and I was like, wait, why are you supporting me? Oh, they got gifted that. Why are you paying money to us if you don't like the content that much? I think it's progressing, but it will take time to work out the bugs. They should take notes from the devs at Digital Extremes and Warframe. Those guys know how to juggle new updates and new features and bug fixes and optimization. Yeah, they're gonna have to get real good at that. I think this approach works. I think it's working, but even in this post, you can see like he is also saying stability focus, not playability focus. And the more we stay stability, the more people think it's just stability, and the more people get angry when they add content or other features that maybe don't affect stability but do make the game more playable. It's also like, what is stability? New player signups down over 30%. Yes, so that's what I was also going to touch on. Besides money, you can also look at players. And the player numbers are actually quite a bit down. Last year was down too. Now, 2022 was an insane freaking year. May was a gnarly time for Star Citizen in 2022. This is when a lot of streamers, big streamers, first started playing it, or like jumped in a little bit to play it. I think actually the next year as well might have been, was it the next year that like Summit 1G played for like a freaking month straight? I think those things got a lot of people in, but also just the surge of interest in this game from 2020 and on really peaked in 2022. So now we can see that the player new number joinings have dropped. I think 48,000 is probably where I would like, I would take an average of this all and figure that 2024 was likely a little bit less than they should have been getting based on how the game was in terms of stability. It wasn't a year that got people playing the game and then looking at it and being like, oh, I'll keep playing this. This year, maybe more. This year might do better, but we could see it's already falling behind last year. So that'll be interesting to watch throughout the year if they can get their playability into a better place. But they likely recognize that they need to make sure the game is good enough that people want to keep playing it when they join, or that people even do join when they see it being played. Not a current player number anywhere now. Looks at new numbers, new players by number of Reddit posts. You can look at that. You know, this is a good point. I should definitely confirm how they're even getting these numbers. No, I know the MMO population website's not gonna be reliable. For this one though, I'm guessing they're just tracking what it says on the website, the counter. They had a bad start with 4.0 for sure. When you were a new player, tolerance for bad patches and bugs was high because you were starstruck, but the potential and uniqueness as a 6-year player, you have less tolerance, you'll play other stuff. Yeah, they recognize that, I think. MMO, yeah, MMO population. They're probably just searching the website for this. Taking whatever it says at the end of the month on the tracker pages. All right. So looking at the conversation, somebody said, I think this has more to do with contents and events. They mean more consistent engagement to get the rewards and stuff, and that means more people are giving the game more attention, so their money is going here rather than to other games holding their attention. Yeah. Pretty much nailed it there. They said the second follow-up said, I've been playing 4 to 5 years. I've gotten 5 friends to play, and out of those 5, only 1 has stuck it out past the first day. I've been pretty dumb about this game for a while. Yeah, don't bring your friends in. This person said, of course it's viable. There are 2 obvious reasons why. 1, the game is quite fun when playable. The better it gets, the more people will play it. 2, ship sales are proven revenue generators. Thus, the strategy is quite simple. Continue to improve the in-game experience while pushing as many ships out the door as possible. Yeah? So long as missing gameplay mechanics that are fundamental to the sandbox MMO that SC aims to be arrive by the time Squadron 42 releases, I believe this is a winning strategy. As long as it keeps getting better. Somebody had pointed out that I said I would be more critical about how the development is going after server meshing came out. And part of the reason that, I don't know, I haven't like thrown a temper tantrum in a video or something, is because I do feel like it is better. And maybe that's copium, whatever, I don't know. The server frame rates run better. I get better FPS fights with NPCs. I actually have fun playing the game. Like, I'm doing a lot more of like actual content when we play rather than just running around testing new features. I feel like it is better. That being said, it's not like close to what I hope we reach this year. And I think their radio silence on what's it called? Dynamic server meshing is a little weird. All right, this person replied and said, there is likely no chance for all the fundamental mechanisms to get implemented before Squadron 42. A lot of people seem to be unaware at that whole reason there was a lot of focus on developing Squadron things was because the plan was that Squadron would come out way before Star Citizen would be ready. Yeah, I don't think they're going to come out at the same time still. I agree that they aren't likely to deliver all of them, but with right priorities, I think we could be playing a dramatically improved game by Q3 2026. So this conversation keeps going, but you get the idea. This is sort of the back and forth that we see. This person said, when a business focuses on the product, money follows. When a business focuses on the money, a good product does not follow. With the funding for the beginning of 2025, it is important to keep in mind that there are 2 prime factors. The no cash until pyro crowd, many of whom waited for the new year to really buy in. I feel like the no cash until pyro crowd just said no cash until Nix. No cash until Terra. Just keep no cash. The news of item recovery T0 through 2, lots of people like me never really bought gear in the store without the existence of some way to recover it. So they're not saying specifically, but they are insinuating that they're more likely to buy stuff because it won't disappear. Hopefully that does not affect Star Citizen's ability to move on from Tier 0. Another thread on this by Praetor Archer, said, 1/4 of the way into the year of playability, what has been your experience? And people are saying playability has improved. I can say they are working to improve it. And I can see they are working to improve it further. This is a pretty new thread, actually. This was just posted. So these are, well, it was just posted when we started. Playability, been a big improvement. I'll take the small hiccups at the start of new updates as long as it keeps improving. This person said much improved. Aside from the problems with this patch over the weekend, playability has increased each month. The whole goal of the year is more and better playability, not that the whole entire year is going to be 100% more playability. It's been incredibly stale, even with all the problems over the weekend. Oh, stable, not stale, sorry. Skaven said 4.0 compared to 324 or 318. 4.0 is a milestone, better than before server meshing, especially with 30 server FPS instead of 7. Today, all of the missions worked, cargo to planet warehouses, bounty hunting missions at the new event location, but everything at the moment is a complete random with your system in the server you find. You can still run into those problems. This person said, pros, all the ships I've bought in game have persisted across patches. I don't ever completely stuck anywhere due to elevators nor transit. Missions rarely break anymore. Cons, a lot of missions are still missing. Interaction delay can be pretty extreme, and you still have to double check that the elevator is actually there when the doors open. Yeah. No kidding. Here's the thing, Master Anatar. I think a lot of people assumed year of stability would equal it will be playable and stable in February. I think we're in it for the long run. Meanwhile, stuff like Hathor has been some of the most fun content they've ever had. While right now I can't sign in because I'm away from home, this is the most I've wanted to sign in. This person said it's better than I've seen in years. Weekend was hit or miss with degradation, but the variety is nice. Harold said, still can't move all of my inventory, still need to tell new players workaround for fuel bugs, still ships disappear, become a crashed state. This is often when you have things on the ship, very frustrating if that's worth a lot of your time getting. Still cargo gridlock, still need to fill like crazy getting mining bags, still need to explain the merry-go-round for delivering items to latest mission givers, still need to explain to new members, QT swapping, deleting your jump drive, still losing components installed or stored in your inventory during LTP patch changes, still can't send party invites to friends intermittently, still can't join a new server when the server you are on crashes you into oblivion each time you join to log out to join your friends, because crash recovery is good, but not when the game is dragging you into a server that's dying. It's frustrating to find these issues are not fixed over many weeks, as some are entirely game-breaking, and there is little clue as to what the workarounds are for new players. I know most of these workarounds because I've been playing for years, but the new players we want as part of the community are left to search high and low for the little nuggets of info that save hours of frustration. Don't know why the workarounds that have been with us for months aren't listed on the launcher. Despite the above, been playing loads, having a great time, and really looking forward to this all working properly soon. Keep going, CIG. So it is definitely, like, I mean, there's still plenty of problems, and I think people, like, these problems that he's mentioning are really important because, like he said, it's the newcomers, it's the people getting into the game that are running into this. We know how to work around them, but a lot of new people don't. Just finished building your 4080 Super, can't wait to play this game. Best of luck to you, big bro. Atlas still murders you. When will you do your next new player guide? Oh boy. Yeah, I don't know about that. I'm gonna do some tips and tricks, but new player guides are an insane amount of work. And yeah, I don't know. This person said it's been better for me. I've had completely issue-free sessions as long as I'm avoiding whatever big events they're pushing. This person said game has been playable since 4.0. Aside from this weekend, incredible progress. Just started at the end of 4.0. Became slightly better over 4.0.1 and 0.2. Then 4.1 dropped, and I can't leave the hab in under 15 minutes, the hab building. So they're going back for Monster Hunter and Stalker 2. Honestly, good call. Better overall might be a good time to bring back the Bug Smashers video. Game's playability has become much higher compared to previous years. By and large, much better than it has often has been. Most of my sessions ended either with me being AFK or deliberately logging out. Some interaction delays here and there, slow inventory loading, degraded performance was still thoroughly playable for me. 4.0 was okay, 4.0.1 was better, 4.0.2 was spectacular. I mean, there's definitely a sense of like it is improved, and I like to think that it has too since before server meshing, which is why I haven't really been like, again, foaming at the mouth. But if you come to these streams, if you watch the podcasts, if you check out the Space Tomato 2 videos, you'll hear me still comment about how we do need more stability and like they need to continue on with this stuff. I just think that it's playability. They're going to keep adding content and stuff that keeps the game playable. And that's what people are talking about here. This person asked, does it feel more alive now? Which I thought kind of fit into the conversation as well. They just asked, as the subject asks, does it feel more alive? Be it because we are at 600 players per server, or that players are more freely allowed to express themselves, or any other reason you feel. Kev Lloyd said, global chat is 300 people talking about stuff that's broken and a half dozen trolls saying Trump 2028. So it doesn't, like, we're not even in a thread about the chat. We already went over that. But the first freaking comment is again about chat. Whew. They're struggling with that. They said we need more robust chat system. Surprised the game this old hasn't opened up more chat channels. Global chat should be accessed from a terminal at major stations. Planetary chat should be within range of planets or stations. As I read your comment, somebody posted just that in the chat. Yeah, it's... Alright, this person said, personally, I feel like it is more alive. I interact with more players in the last year than I did in the last 3 to 4 prior to that. The many new settlements and NPC population and content makes the game easier to get into nowadays, but the thing I feel the games feel more alive is the performance. I think compared to pre-3.15 where the lag was so present in everything we did, remember the time where 25 FPS was a benchmark for client FPS? This is the disconnect between older backers and newer backers. I am more along this line of thinking of this. It used to be a terrible time playing Star Citizen. It was novel, but it was still just not fun. But now we have a lot more people. Or I'm sorry. Now the game just runs better. Even before 4.0, like FPS was just better for everybody. Yeah, the 4.0 went live in December. Here's an interesting take. This person said, no matter what, you'll be able to confirm any bias on this subject easily. Just yesterday, Anzia had a 24-hour race in SC with over 100 people involved, making for a very lively scene. Head to say Jumptown and you'll be lucky to see one player in 24 hours. The areas where stuff is happening is definitely lively, and Gear Recovery 1.0 is leading to far fewer sperm suits and naked people running around, which is nice. They have decreased maximum player counts temporarily to help with stability, but it's still in the multiple hundreds, so where people want to be, there's players running around doing stuff. Yep. The reply said, it's kind of funny, but they show that most of the social areas are seriously outdated and poorly designed. The places where people meet are designed for far less people than what we have currently. It's not wrong. The game only runs better because the server load is spread out more. Well, yeah, that was the point of server meshing. Their servers do run better though. I mean, we used to have 50 player servers that ran like crap, so the servers themselves are running marginally better, but mainly, yeah, the game's running better just because there's more servers running it. Do those funding statistics represent only war bond pledges? I'm not sure. Probably new money coming in. Yeah, people just saying they run into more people more often. In general, I think people are feeling it's more playable, or at least more populated. Over here, I think people are definitely feeling like there are playability improvements, but it's still not quite where it needs to be. So, jury's out. I don't think, I think the freaking excitement over 4.1 not working well is just the usual quarterly excitement over a patch that launches poorly, and I think CIG needs to stop launching patches poorly, and definitely on Fridays and Thursdays. But overall, that's kind of how people are playing about or feeling about the current playability push. Hope that answers some questions. What's the new player cap now? I am not sure. There have been a lot of bug fixes, though. There have. They're just not all of them. Not the good ones. Not the most important ones. $500 player soft cap, $600 player hard cap. I see. Okay. Next thing we're going to talk about is new ships. Specifically the Mark IIs. A lot of people have theories about Mark II ships and stuff like that. I will just be right back. And then we will talk about what new ships or why they might be coming or how they might come or all those things. Here's some music while I'm gone. Enjoy yourselves. How was the chair? How did it treat you guys? Oh, chair was not good. How many people left? Alrighty. Where was I? Or actually, where was chat before we get into this? Why don't we at least get caught up real quick? Chat is popping today, guys. Thanks for being so talkative. Appreciate you. Any news on a hotfix? Not that I know of, but we'll check out what's going on in This Week in Star Citizen in a little bit when they post it. Appreciate it, Joel. There's a lot to criticize, but Star Citizen really isn't going anywhere unless another game can do it better. Dude, that's what it all comes down to, man. Star Citizen at the end of the day still offers something unique. It's like I don't even know. I don't have a metaphor for it, man. It's like the sweetest molasses rolling down the side of a tree. And at the bottom of that tree, you're sitting there with your mouth open. You're like, yes. And some people don't like molasses. Just like imagine it tastes really good. You're like, yes. Come on. Come on. And people are like, dude, why are you sitting at that tree? Just go. Just leave. Just try one of these other trees. Like, bruh, it's this molasses. This is what I'm here for. It sucks that it's taken so long, but it's still unique. And I mean, hey, somebody else do something that's the same and let's see what happens. I mean, for real, game on. Competition is competition, dude. I don't, like, I am not married to the name Star Citizen. This game could have any name. It could be made by any company. It could be doing anything. Okay, that last part's not true. It's specifically what the game is doing that I like. So if somebody else is going to do it and it's going to go well, then we'll go and we'll look at that game and we'll play that game and we'll give it a try. But the fact of the matter is like, if I were to leave Star Citizen, there's no game that would fill that hole. Hard to be overly positive when none of your friends still play because of the game's reputation, regardless of actual game stability. I want to say make new friends, but I don't mean in that way. Like, don't ditch your old friends. Just like find other friends that play. We got some great people in GII. Having fun with the game, but only recently. I've been here years. Same. There's a reason that I didn't do a lot of gameplay before. And even last year wasn't doing a lot of gameplay. I've been waiting to have more fun. There's a reason why most of my content has been talking for all these years. Because I've just talked. When we first started Space Tomato Gaming, Mrs. Tomato didn't turn to me and go, hey, you know what? You're really good at that game Star Citizen. You play it a lot. You should start a channel on it. She was like, hey, you have a lot of things to say about this game and they're really good. You should tell other people. Because the game wasn't playable back then. How did the NAS recovery turn out? Still working on it. As you can see, when we transition, it's still very laggy. I've made some headway, but I'm still just trying to get access to the network. Like you can see how much this lags because this file that we're using, this little overlay here, that can just make it disappear real quick so you can see what it actually looks like. See that? So that file exists on my server, and because it does, everything slows down. That's actually why the stream crashed the other day. If you guys noticed, I had 2 streams on Friday, I think it was, or Saturday. That's because I tried to change the death count, and that file is also on the server. Screwed us over. The music playing is Kaleidoscope by Lost. No, you're married to me. I'm sorry, Mrs. Tomato. I had to sit and look at that line to think of what I said for such a long time. I really need to catch up on chat. And also, yes, I am married to Mrs. Tomato. And oh my god, can we just be real clear here? If I wish I could sit here and talk about Mrs. Tomato and you guys would pay me money. That'd be awesome. Because to be quite honest, she does things, you know? When she says things, she does them. And that makes it real easy to cover her. As opposed to Star Citizen, who when it says things, you got to set a calendar date. And then a follow-up. And then a rain track date. It'd be like that. Yeah, I'm sure you all know because you get me shot half the time. Tell you if there's a good PvP event. Do people come to Jumptown? There is nothing in the game solely focused on PvP. If you really wanted to find something that did have a lot of PvP, I would say contested zones are the main thing. But not like Jumptown. Like, you're still gonna run into NPCs. That's basically it. And it's not guaranteed PvP. What's the most popular day of the week to start a diet? Tomorrow. It's...
You hit my gun.
I did not.
You hit
I didn't hide it. We
You
moved.
hit my gun. Oh, it was here.
You... It was here in the room.
What?
All right, we need to set a new goal on the stream. Is this still the one with the wings?
Yeah. My murder unicorn.
It's probably over there somewhere. Anansi, look what you've done, dude. Everybody blame Anansi. You just caused a whole bunch of... What is it? Wait, you can't just throw a box? Oh my god! Jesus Christ. Ah! You're gonna crash the stream! She's just throwing everything in the room at me. That was like...
should do.
That was like 3 different... They only had 1 redeemable. She just threw cardboard boxes at me, then ran away. What is this stream? I didn't even get rewarded for that. That was... Here's the PvP. It's all at my house. Come on, everybody. I'm having a PvP party. Oop. Just hit 2 buttons on accident at the same time. Okay, what was I saying? Simon, you just having fun watching the likes and making jokes, huh? Thank you. Thank you very much. Your wife just calls you nerd and asks you how to do the how your to-do list is going. Oh, Mrs. Tomato has given up on my to-do list. Hey, Toma Arashi, thank you so much for the subs on Twitch. I really appreciate that. Use a real one. Much love to you. Thanks for dropping into the chat. Best tomato content in 5 years just now. Really? Really? You've been here 5 years and you dropped those 5 subs because I got thrown boxes at? I get it. I get it. No, I get it. It's just that kind of stream, you know? Gotta keep it exciting. CUG is also one of those games. SC is one of those games that is hard to introduce existing friends to. Listen, yeah? Listen. Star Citizen. This is serious, all right? Real talk. Star Citizen has the worst onboarding experience ever. And I say that as somebody who's been playing, not regularly, but like occasionally for like 8 years, 7 years. Like, it's really bad. And they've made some headway on it, but it is still really bad. And I feel like that's really the playability angle. Like, if you really want to push playability CIG, then make sure that a new player isn't going to hit a moment of intense brain-breaking confusion in their first 5 minutes of play. I was the box elevator. She was throwing boxes with the tractor beam. I was the box elevator. Imagine if I like, if I scooted back and one of the boxes was like halfway through my body, because I'm afraid elevator now. Wife has been watching you play SC more and more and asking questions about it. You take it as a good sign that you have crew members on your ship soon. Just don't scare that crew member off. If you want forced PvP, go to the Obituary Contested Zone. Well, there you go. There is Jumptown Task Force. It's just not an active, ongoing event. You can still go to the location of Jumptown, but they're not pushing out drugs at a high rate to get people to come back. And honestly, they should be. They freaking should be. The whole point of Jumptown, the reason it was such an amazing thing is because back when it had that glitch and the drugs were coming out, everybody said, screw what I'm doing, I'm going to go do that. Well, not everybody, but that's the great part. Some people said, I'm going to go do drugs. Some people said, I'm going to go sell drugs. Some people said, I'm going to go do piracy and bounty hunting. I'm going to do a courier mission. I'm going to explore. And nowadays, we could do the same thing. And I do wonder, like, I know I'm getting in a huge little, like, tangent here. This is a true tomato talk. But, like, that's weird. I'm sorry. I got real distracted there. Damn, what was I even saying? Oh, it is interesting that Jumptown's not running. And something else we talked about on the podcast yesterday, I'm telling you guys, it was a good show. Something else me and Void Dude talked about on the podcast yesterday was that these things that they've been calling dynamic events for years aren't dynamic events. They're global events. They get started by CIG. Hathor Group, the Hathor locations, SPK, and Ghost Hollow. Those are our 3 dynamic events. And the Hathor location is the clearest example of how well, or I guess just how it could work. I won't say it's worked well yet. It's getting broken most of the time. But the idea that Jumptown is also a dynamic event is, I think, kind of, they're missing that right now. It's easy content, CIG. It's real easy content. Create Jumptown to be what it was when it first had that glitch. Make it a very valuable place to go and get drugs. Not so valuable that it makes everybody in the system go away, but valuable enough that it starts a trade lane, a trade route, some interest, like a little bit of a meta. I can't fathom why that's not happening. That was the whole point of Jumptown. I don't know, man. I don't know. Now to catch up with chat, because I'm terrible at this. Sorry, new streamer. SC used to be hardcores only. Now they want to hold filthy casual hands. Hey, man. Casuals are going to fund the game for hardcore people. As long as they can split up the hardcore and the casual gameplay and still allow for both, I'm all here for it. Took hours to complete the tutorial missions because of bugs, and you had to watch videos. There you go. Yeah, Wizard of Oz lays it out. Even if you're doing the tutorial, you still have to leave the game to figure out what to do. Ghost Hall is still a thing, yeah. Yeah, Hathor is going to stay after the event. That's why it's not specifically an event, it's a new location. Look how cool those satellites look. You don't like cool satellites? Bro, Starlink only exists because of cool satellites, come on. They're the pirates versus no pirates, different contracts. So they fight at satellites in Jumptown. I think they made a mistake by not making Dedatrine during the event even cheaper. It was so non-lucrative for the risk versus reward. You think it should have been purchasable? All of these components should be able to run all the time, right? And they just make them all enticing enough and balance them all so that certain people are going to certain places. it feels like that's what they are starting to do very slowly. Like we're all looking at 4.1, but imagine if they had a Hathor location and a Wicklow edition every 2 quarters for the next 2 years. It would take a while, but by the end of that, there's a whole bunch of different places and things that you can do with what you're finding. Throw on top of that the possibility of player base building and crafting if it is supported well, and that's also another variable in there. You think they're too worried about protecting an economy that doesn't exist? Like, what's the negative of an overinflated economy? More $500 ships that weren't purchased with real money. Yeah, that likely factors into the decision. It seems like they go back and forth depending on what they want. Like sometimes they'll give us something that gives us a whole bunch of money we don't need, and sometimes they will strip it back a little bit so it's more spare and normal, and it feels like it's maybe not supposed to be a fully running dynamic economy game, but it is meant to be a little more realistic towards in that direction. I think part of them protecting this non-existent economy is I don't know how long these things take. I would love to interview Nick on the podcast and ask him about how an economy comes together, because it's got to be a lot of give and take. You got to look at what's going on in the game, then make changes based on that, and then wait until you can see how those changes affect the game, and then make changes based on that. But if you're changing a whole bunch of different things in different parts of the game, how do you know which one is affecting what? So if you were to try and say start adding a bunch of items into stores to see if people will buy those items because they're there, and to see if biting those items will get people to try and earn more money, then what happens if you put a really high money making mission in, and that gets people to go and buy all that stuff in the stores because now they have a ton of extra money? What if you didn't give them that extra money? That means they wouldn't have gone and bought all the stuff in the stores. Well, then your data is telling you, oh, okay, well, if we add stuff to the stores, they'll go buy it. But if you don't add the stuff to the stores and also add a big income at the same time, they wouldn't. And you would have to do that twice in order to figure out if it's a repeatable thing or not. So just extrapolating that across everything else that has to do with an economy, from missions being earned to drug prices to ship components to the costs of insurance. And then you also then have to talk to all the people in the company who are putting those missions in and making those changes and new assets and adding the Hathor group that pays you out a certain amount and working on Wicklow who does all that. I get overwhelmed. I don't know how much of that is considered on a weekly basis or how intense that is, but I would love to talk to somebody who has made a game economy live. We also don't have engineering or maelstrom or gear recovery, which all affect the economy. Yeah. Those all affect the economy. Hell, freaking Nyx is going to affect the economy. But I guess you just kind of roll with the punches in that case. You don't like events, just want a world that actually feels alive on its own? Samesies, dude. That's why I'm like, let all these dynamic events be triggered by players now. Let Siege of Orison become a thing only if there is a certain decrease in bounty hunting in the Crusader area, or there is an increase in piracy in the Crusader area. And so then like a mission goes out that says, due to increased danger in the area, Crusader security has been stretched thin and Ninetales has taken a platform. We need players to come and take it back over. That's Siege of Orison. And it's not artificial. They did it with Hathor. I don't know, man. I don't know. Yeah, no syncs. You didn't think about the data collection aspect. That's a good point. I feel like people would be okay with more wipes if this was stated directly and they guided players like you were saying. Almost like communication is the problem. I don't know why the economy is in the state it's in. I can certainly see that it is improved. Like, it's kind of like the stability of the game. If you joined in the last year, you might not notice that the economy is in a better place. Or even if you joined in the last like 3 months, I've noticed improvements, but it's still just not where it needs to be. You think missions need way higher payout to account for bugs causing failures? Yeah, I don't want just events either. That was the crux of the podcast episode this week, was like the sandbox versus the theme park style MMO. Just events versus things happening in the world that you can encounter. That shit is my freaking jam and butter, dude. I am so... Seeing things get triggered by players and then being able to... You know, I'm really weird. There was probably, I would say like a few months when I first started driving, I never forget this, where when I was on the road and I'd like turn my turn signal on or move or do something, people would react, right? Some people are terrible. You turn your turn signal on, they speed up so you can't lane merge. But a lot of people, like normal beings, will make room for you, will move over, will slow down, will speed up, will do something. When I first started driving, I remember probably a little bit of a narcissistic vibe here. I was like, people are paying attention to me. I was a bit of a problem child. So I think people kind of ignored me and was looking for, you know, response and attention, I guess. And one of the things I noticed when I was driving, I was like, oh, like I'm a person, I make a difference here, and my choices matter. This is like the most basic level of that, but we all get that feeling from whatever it might be, right? I think that is such a cool thing in video games. And I probably like it because I always played single player video games. But I loved the Fable series because they had this idea that you would do something and then you'd return to the town years later and you could see how your actions changed the game. I love Mass Effect because you could literally kill your whole team off on accident if you didn't make the right choices because your actions changed the game. So I think one of the best parts about Star Citizen, in my opinion, has always been the idea that like we're living in this space where things can happen. They don't have to happen, but they can, and you can make them happen. And like those things happening make other people play differently. I know that's like multiplayer in general. This game's just got a lot going on, so it feels like that's more common. Think you'd enjoy playing Guild Wars 2. I've heard a lot of good things about Guild Wars. Loved Fable, beat the game as a 20-year-old and then used all your skill points before the last boss and instantly became 65 plus. Dude, I wish Fable did better. I'm glad that it's rebooting. I hope it doesn't take like 6 more years because I feel like I've been waiting for Fable almost as long as I've been waiting for... I won't say Star Citizen. Let's say Satisfactory. Toes. Hey, thanks for the toes in chat, Chief. Putting that Prime sub on Twitch. Appreciate you, dude. Eliminating that make-believe space station they're building up there. What was the outcome of Supply or Die? You know what? I don't know. That's a really good question. Maybe they announce it this week? Yeah, I'm really hoping the Fable reboot is good. I know it's unrealistic, but I hope the Fable reboot is like Witcher 2. At least they don't have to hit Witcher 3. Witcher 2 status good. I'll take that. It was completed. Yeah, but like who won? Did we die or Supply? What are my thoughts on Death of a Spaceman? First of all, welcome in, Jim. Thanks for coming. I'm wondering if I should go on a tangent before we get into the ship talk about Death of a Spaceman. all this remastering and rebooting of older games kind of shows older games were just better games. We're also kind of just lazy to come up with new IPs now. It's too expensive to make new IPs. That's what it is, man. Everything's just gotten cheaper. People don't want to spend money on stuff. All that money goes to like a centralized place so it doesn't get redistributed into the system for more good development. We're talking games, art, movies, shows, music, all the freaking things. Literally, how many times do you hear a song that came out in the last 5 years and it's got like a sample from the 2000s or the 90s? I know we've always sampled, but holy crap, man. Spend some money developing. That's another thing I like about Star Citizen. They put a lot of time and effort into building an actual IP. I think that's the one, the real big thing that Microsoft and Bethesda also did with Starfield, is even if the game wasn't everything they wanted it to be, it's still an IP that exists, and they can keep moving forward with it. They didn't fix all the mission givers now. Alright, we can talk about Death of a Spaceman. I don't know if this is going to become a video, but we can talk about it. Because it's misunderstood, you know? Death of a Spaceman wants to be your friend. Wants to make you feel valued and like a real part of the verse. Oops. Let's see. What was I looking up? Oh yeah, Death of a Spaceman. Sorry, every once in a while something pops up on my screen and I'm like, oh boy. Somebody's gonna notice that. So, when you hear the words Death of a Spaceman, they need to change the name, man. Because they call it Death of a Spaceman, but really this isn't about death necessarily. A lot of people hear this and they think permadeath immediately. And I've probably added to that problem by calling it permadeath. But it's not necessarily permadeath. Now, it is based around a model of permadeath, or rather a model of losing your items. But in reality, you kind of got to ask yourself what permadeath is. Is it losing your characters? Is it losing your items? Is it losing your skills that you've earned up in that time? If you lose everything that you own, but you still get your character, is that permadeath? And then on the opposite side, if you lose your character, but you still keep everything you own, is that permadeath? And so like you can't just listen to the word permadeath and think, well, that's not going to work. I don't like that. What if permadeath is just the death of the character that you have, and then they come back and they have a freckle or a scar on their cheek? There is a concept of what permadeath was sold as. There is what we have heard throughout time. There are the things that they obviously need to change because the design of this game has changed since 2013. And then there are the actual consequences we'll get to. So just to kind of introduce it, permadeath, or rather, god dang it, Death of a Spaceman was inspired by Demon's Souls. I think this is a hilarious way to say this. The last single-player game I played that gives me an extreme sense of accomplishment and beating was Demon's Souls. I guess he says, that gives me an extreme sense of accomplishment. I'm just thinking this dude comes out and says, the last game I played was Demon's Souls. I like that. Let's do that. The last game I played was Valheim. Let's do that. Which genuinely, guys, not gonna lie, I think that okay, we're tangenting inside the tangent because I actually just realized I do think that happened. I bet I can find the Star Citizen Live where they talked about playing Valheim. Let's see. Yeah, I think. Yeah, it was here. It was here. It was here. Oh my god. Okay, hold on. Let's see what he says here. This could be really funny.
A lot of Valheim.
Yeah, well, I think we started off, like over 9 and a 10-year-old daughter, what we do together, Sky and Rain, who I think have sort of guest starred on an ISC once or twice or something. Not an ISC, an ATV maybe. But But yeah, so I started out, we were playing Minecraft because our youngest likes Minecraft a lot, and then we were playing some Fall Guys and Fortnite.
Among Us.
Yeah, Sky's actually very good at Fortnite. We like won 4 or 5
Yeah.
straight
This just in, dude. Star Citizen added base building because Chris Roberts played Fortnite.
She's
games
really
together.
good at Fortnite.
I was just following her, and she was
Yeah.
doing she had it totally down. It's pretty
But
pretty intimidating
Chris
how
is
good
the feisty Valheim player.
well, no, yeah.
Yeah.
But anyway, so then more recently we started to play Valheim, at the beginning of this year,
You like crafting?
which was, really great. And it actually has some fun sort of balance and survival light style gameplay, which is, similar to some of the longer term survival light stuff and crafting stuff that we would want to do in Star Citizen.
Okay. I'm literally creating a controversy here. I don't believe that him playing Valheim led to us getting crafting in Star Citizen, but I do think it's a funny timeline because this is like 3 years ago. and I don't think they mentioned crafting in Star Citizen ever before last year. Like they were talking base building a while back. And with base building, you kind of have to have crafting. But I don't think maybe crafting was coming up. Crafting, cooking. They talked about cooking, yeah. I can't recall if crafting was actually talked about before. Maybe it was. But I do think that it's a kind of a funny coincidence.
And some of the stuff we've talked about actually for years.
And we've also played.
Oh yeah, see,
to do in Star Citizen, and some of the stuff we've talked about actually for years. And stuff that which is similar to some of the longer term survival light stuff and crafting stuff that we would want to do in Star Citizen, and some of the stuff we've talked about actually for years.
And we've also
so like, I mean, he says like, oh yeah, we want to do crafting, but I don't actually think they were putting out like official messaging about it at that point. That being said, sorry for my little tangent there. The archive side makes it look bad. Honestly, I love it. I wish every game had that. I think it looks great. Dude, imagine how gaming discourse would work if like GTA 5 had an archive like that and you could just look up everything devs had said about the game. Oh yeah, that's a bad thing. Anyways, so he played Demon Souls and loved that you die. No, I'm kidding. But he did mention that how they handled death and reincarnation was consistent with their world in fiction because I couldn't save mid-level. Clearing a level, especially after a difficult boss fight, was immensely satisfying. This sounds like a single-player kind of thing, right? So he goes on to say, in Squadron 42, it's pretty easy to achieve. You need to complete the mission to move forward. You can't save while you're in space. This is how the last one worked. Pretty sure that's how Wing Commander worked. It's how a lot of games in the 90s worked. There are still plenty of games that work like this that are single-player. The tricky part is how failure is handled in the persistent universe of Star Citizen, as you can't just set back to the game to an earlier point. So, he says, the simple solution is that when your ship is destroyed, you manage to eject and drift in space, where you are picked up and returned to the last planet landing location to claim your new ship and upgrades you had, and then head out into space again. This is the mechanic EVE Online uses, with the extra wrinkle that if another player blows up your escape pod, a stored clone of your character is activated, respawning your character and effectively making him or her immortal. In EVE, death is allowed for in the fiction and is balanced out by the cloning mechanism, which allows for loss of your property but not your character's skills. And this is a real nice part of this. This is like, oh man, showing the age. As unlike Star Citizen, your character in EVE has RPG skills that you learn. Guess you don't really learn skills in this game, but you do have skills that you bolster. That's what they're planning on having. So, I mean, already you could tell stuff in this page from 2013 is going to have to change. I do think they're going to follow a lot of what they say here in spirit, not necessarily in the exact ways they want it to work. So, here's like a little skimming of the parts that they talked about. The life and death of a spaceman. Character creation screen will be done in fiction. You'll start the game in first-person view looking at bathroom doors, one with the male sign, one with the female sign. Which door you walk through will determine what sex you are and when you walk into the washroom. Walking up to the mirror, you'll see your reflection. Wiping the condensation off of the mirror with your hand will change or reveal your facial appearance. When you're happy with how you look, you will exit and return to the UEE recruitment office and officer. I think this is already changing too. Like they kind of have it mixed in with the medical insurance company is how you're customizing your character. But Star Citizen's just entirely different from what they were laying out here. This actually reminds me kind of a Fallout 4's character customizer, and Prey, I think, also does this. Prey on the... What the f***? Bro! Oh, dude. Oh, dude. Brother. What the fuck, man? Oh my god. Sturban, thank you. Oh my god, dude. Sorry, Sturban just dropped a super chat on YouTube for $400. Wow. Just like funded the whole freaking week, man. Been watching your content for a long time. I don't catch your live streams often, but I love your content and your video format. So much knowledge and insight. Hope to have our orgs be in an alliance in the future. You deserve our support for all the work you put in, and I'm happy to help you continue your work. And Talking SC, cheers. Dude. Thank you. That is huge. I appreciate it. And yeah, whenever we get org alliances, dude, hit us up and we'll see. As long as you don't murder people, we'll be good, I think. Thank you for that. I completely lost my train of thought. Wowzers, man. Oh my gosh. Okay, Death of a Spaceman, Sturban. Holy crap. Death of a Spaceman. Where were we? The big thing of this was the sorry guys. The biggest thing about this is this was the part that bugged people. This is the permadeath part. When you're happy with how you look, you will exit and return to the UEE recruitment office and officer. You will fill in your name on the mobiGlass form and also specify your beneficiary in case you die. We saw Rich Tyrer do this when he was playing Squadron. This could be a family member, son, daughter, uncle, aunt, or someone entirely new. So using this, what they're talking about here, if we jump forward... Let's see. Okay, here we go. So I'm going to jump forward to kind of give you the exact middle section of how this works, and then we're going to go back and explain detail. Right here it says, eventually after too many deaths, your character's body will just give out, and instead of waking up in a med bay, you'll be attending the funeral of your fallen character from the eyes of the beneficiary you specified when originally creating your character. So that's why this kind of rubs people the wrong way. And this is the permadeath angle. Once you die too many times, your character's body goes away. I don't know if they're going to stick to that. In fact, I am leaning more on the side of they will not. I think the original idea was that that would be the deterrent to get you from dying. But people... Well, yes, think that's stupid. People are much more willing to take money and reputation and skills and other things like that that are gamified. It seems like they prefer having that as a consequence than something like your character themselves being taken away. So I think looking at the way that CIG has been making decisions lately with respawns, and other things like that. I'm thinking they're going to take the easier way out of this and let people keep their character through some other method, but take away some of your reputation. You're going to have a big money hit. This will be a huge money sink when it comes to life insurance, and your skills, your character skills. To be quite honest, they might just give us cybernetics. If you die too many times, they start loading you with cybernetics and you have debuffs. Over time, I'm pretty sure we will develop debuffs from going through cycles. So this is where I go back to the other details so that you guys get a little more idea of what actually this all means. Let's see. Okay. I see a character as having the ability to die multiple times. If you look at the lore, which the lore in Star Citizen is a pretty good indicator of where the development is going, the lore that they typed out for this talks about these lives as cycles. So get that into your vernacular. I think we need to get used to the idea of mentioning cycles instead of lives, because talking about lives makes people think they're going to lose their whole life. But these are just like cycles we're going through, right? I know it's complicated for probably no reason, just delivering the message. So they'd go through these cycles, and he says, think of these lives or cycles as an old school arcade game. Science in the future is far more advanced than today. Medicine has the ability to bring people back from what would be considered to dead in today's world. If you lose a dogfight and your ship is going to blow up, you have a few seconds to eject. If you manage to eject safely and someone doesn't blast your ejected avatar, you won't even use a life. You'll end up back at the last planet you docked on with a new ship courtesy of system-wide insurance. A lot of details missing from that statement, but it does give the idea that there will be some kind of automatic retrieval possible in the game, at least back during this model. Again, we don't know how many of these details will stick. You'll have lost your cargo and any upgrades, but insurance and all that kind of stuff. Every death creates wear and tear on your body, depending on where you were hit and how you died. Your character may require a new body part, which can either be cybernetic or organic. Eventually, after too many deaths, your character's body will just give out, and instead of waking up in the medbay, you'll be attending the funeral of your fallen character from the eyes of the beneficiary you specified when originally creating your character. If your old character has done something noteworthy, his headstone might lore. There will still also be opportunities to regain some of these lives or do a reset. These are parts of this that, again, I don't think people pay attention to. This is huge, guys. Because what is there to spend money on in this game, right? Ships? Who cares? Components? Okay, cool, that's kind of fun. Weapons? Yeah, sure. Commodities, base building, all that stuff? Yeah. What if you could buy lives? Or what if you could do missions for a faction like Rayari, and once you get to the final tippy top thing, you actually get access to a facility where you can like turn in resources and get lives back. So at that point, it's not just about the fact that you can die some way, but this is like an entire other section of the game that you can progress in trying to make a character last longer for some specific reason. They also mentioned that like there is people will ask each other what cycle they are on to inquire how many times they've been regenerated or quote unquote died. People are sometimes impressed by how long others have gone without needing a regen. Like maybe that actually factors into the game and they can play around with that and make it a little more fun. Imagine if EMPs mess with cybernetics, that'd be crazy. That subscription service potential. I'm always worried about how things like this and insurance and other things will factor into their optional subscription. All of this was announced too early. People picture it coexisting with the current unstable environment and panic where a stub toe leads to a closed casket funeral. You're right, Malcolm. But that's just the pain of what they've done with Star Citizen. If they hadn't laid this out, then imagine if they'd whipped it out now. And they were like, oh yeah, we're also planning this way that you might lose your character. We're like a rock and a hard place. Bioticarp confirms mass regen failure. It seems 4.1 is the intro to death of a spaceman. Jared made sure to say it's not. They're just kind of talking about that sort of stuff, but they're not going to start actually working into. They're not actually going to start working it into the game. I love his content and he deserves it. Just wanted to show how much people love his content, and I have the resources to show how much I love his content. Well, thank you, Sturban. We really appreciate you. Thank you so much for watching. Me and Mrs. Tomato have been... Wait, what am I even doing, dude? That's a Toes Gang inductee for sure. Sturban. My friend's going on the board. Sorry, I don't write these on my chest. It's a little too dark to read. That's my excuse. The subs were just for the shows now. The subs are going to be a monetization method for the company going forward, I think, in the future. Do you think the progress trackers being phased out? You feel like the release view plus the monthly reports are better for keeping players up to date on progress? Dude, the progress trackers, yeah, I don't think they're going to keep doing it. It's not even reliable. It's not reliable. It doesn't stay up to date. It doesn't show you which actually work needs to be done. It doesn't even tell you if somebody's taking a break. I mean, it's just misleading. I used to be a fan of it because it at least told us the things that they had planned and were going on, but now we have the Star Citizen 1.0 roadmap. Like, we can infer from that. Progress Tracker does nothing to tell us when things are coming. There's no point in it being there anymore, I think. They just have a second account for not being a mass murderer. Yeah, there's gonna be those edge cases with people that they'll need to try and figure out. All right. Let's see. He says this also doesn't just apply to NPC to player characters. For me, it's vital that there are non-playable characters, both unique and can be killed. In a single-player game, no one minds that many other players have completed the same quest and killed the very same monster because the world only revolves around you. But if you take the same quest in an MMO, which is meant to be a shared persistent universe, knowing that the next party will kill the very same boss in the same spot breaks the suspension of disbelief. Most MMOs just accept this as the price you pay, with having many thousands of players all expecting to be a hero. Not Star Citizen, he says. Yeah, okay, that. That's not... That is for sure changed. I just want to be clear. Back when this was being proposed, Star Citizen was just was a series of instances. It was basically going to play the same way that Starfield plays right now. And I think they had I think he was much more grandiose about the idea of how every singular player's experience would go in a much more curated way that you just can't do when it's all open, when it's all travel whenever you want. That just doesn't work, I think, in an open environment like this compared to what they wanted Star Citizen to be. When are they fixing the degraded issues thing? I don't know. Sorry. But he does go further here. He does say major NPCs will be unique, and if they are in a place where they can be killed, they will be killed only once. Think of it as a very hard to win achievement that one player or group of players in the game will ever achieve. If you manage to kill the Dread Pirates Roberts, that will be part of your legend, similar to discovering a new jump point or star system. Upon the death of a boss NPC, we won't respawn him or her, but there will be someone that steps in to fill the void, so the same area of space may now be terrorized by the Black Skull. Major NPC bosses will be a unique scalp for a player good enough to beat them, but almost all bosses will have someone waiting in the wings. Yeah, this could work. The best example of this is Shadow of Mordor, or Shadow of War. And they copywrote their system. But I remember back when that came out and they were talking about, yeah, it's something kind of like that. This could work for major NPCs. maybe not mission givers, but your boy at the bottom of the distribution center, like what's the difference between him and somebody else wearing the same armor with a different name? I guess that's not really that hard to do. But this leads us into a discussion about their whole quantum system. Shout out to Tony Z. Everybody's going to mention him in the comments, which clearly isn't here and hasn't proven that it can even work. So reading something like this is like, well, this is part of this page that I think is less likely to come in. All right, he answers a couple questions here too. What is a death? How many lives will you get? This is probably the most interesting. The exact number of lives will be balanced as development of the game progresses. The intention is to allow multiple deaths before you properly die. So expect to wake up in the medbed at least half a dozen times, if not more. And getting to this point won't be common unless you are participating in a lot of boarding actions or flying in areas where there is no law and order. Please note that it will not ultimately be a single static counter. Taking different risks and dying in different ways will impact your overall survivability at different rates. Remember, the key to Star Citizen is visceral realism. So while the system works that's gonna get some comments. So while this system works this way under the hood, there's not going to be a life counter at the bottom of your screen. And it talks about rage quitting and disconnects. They talk about targeting ejected pilots, which I think is also really important. The idea of dying versus getting downed is going to mess people up when considering this. People think, like you said, stubbing your toe means you're going to lose a life. But most situations in Star Citizen are supposed to be you end up getting downed or disabled. You don't actually lose your character and respawn. So here they say players who target helpless ejected characters in civilized space that don't have an official UEE death bounty on their heads are the scum of the universe and will be treated as such by the authorities and marked for death by other players. So killing somebody is basically a free to kill, which right now is kind of the case in the game, but it's not like you don't get a target put on you. I think the more intense consequences they give for murder, the more people will kind of second guess it, and it will lead to people dying less. Ultimate killer though are the bugs and the elevators. So like, I do think we should maybe get to the point where we're not dying from all the bugs and stuff before we consider this system isn't going to work for the game. How many deaths do you get for forgetting to put on your helmet? Well, see now you're just attacking me personally. It might just be the case where I never take my helmet off in a finished game. How long do you float in space before being rescued? This is an interesting one. When you eject in an active battle instance, you can float and watch the action. You can activate your rescue beacon at any time. When there are no hostiles within a certain distance, the game will fade out and then fade back with a little time later. 4 hours later. And have an in-game cinematic of your pilot or pod being tractored into a rescue and recovery vehicle. The game will then cut to the last planet you saved on and you look at your new replacement ship. But they told me no loading screens. Actually, to be quite honest, this was back when Star Citizen was going to have some loading segments. So, as cool as it sounds that you can get an automatic pickup, who knows if it's going to be the case. The way I think it's going to work is you put out a rescue beacon and NPCs, well, AI or players can come get you. And you'll see a little timer on the bottom that is like a guaranteed pickup timer. And I think that's going to be, if you reach that timer, then an AI retrieved you, if you're in a place where that can happen, and then other players can take you before then. I think that's the safest way to try and do it, but who knows how it'll be. All right, what happens when you're headshot in boarding? Headshot is more likely to be fatal than any other injury. Boarding a ship is extremely risky. You can gain a valuable prize by capturing another player's property, but you're putting yourself at the most risk possible. It's possible you'll just lose an eye or jaw, but there's also a very small chance you'll take a laser to the brain and be dead forever. What? Taking a headshot while defending a ship is usually less fatal. Defending ships will allow their casualties more immediate access to medical facilities. Yeah, if you have medical facilities. How will this counter griefing? Ooh. We believe this system will actually disincentivize griefers. If you're a player who wants to camp out in a safe space to kill new players, you'll quickly have a bounty on your head, and legal PvP will be authorized on you. If you target ejected pilots, lethal force on your ejected pilot can be authorized too. Attempting to grief new players will probably hasten your character's death a lot quicker than the new players you're trying to terrorize. We feel that by giving harsh penalties to people that target ejected pilots, allowing most injuries to be survivable, letting players upgrade for survivability to their specifications will help reduce the incentive to grief. But we're also aware that everything will need to be balanced once the game goes live, so that's our most important promise. We will continue to balance this system so that it works, rather than allowing it to become a tool for players who want to make the game difficult for others. So if this doesn't work out, they'll scale it back. It basically, they're going to handle this the same way they're handling the flight model. They fit it in what they want to do based on the game they want to play and how they want it to work, and then they'll just continue to scale it back as they need to for it to work for the game. How can I reduce my chances of dying? Ship upgrades will include a variety of systems, including improved ejection methods, improved spacesuits and shielding, better power plants, various automated systems. There will also be an upgrade system surrounding your battle damage. If your character loses an eye or an arm, you would likely get a natural replacement rather than a cybernetic-looking implant. You will be able to pursue these in certain markets. Additionally, there may be certain medical procedures or limb and organ replacements that can increase your lifespan, effectively adding a few lives back. I think we've gone into enough detail here, but you kind of get an idea of what they want Death of a Spaceman to be. They want it to be something that makes the game feel risky and makes you think about dying, but they clearly are dedicated to making sure it doesn't just straight up ruin the game or play completely differently than how the game they're currently making is supposed to play. I think that's the most important part. They're going to continue to try and balance the system to actually work for the game itself. I think it's really funny that they complicated that by putting into marketing some dude who's just dying constantly. But this system will exist in the game in some way. It doesn't mean it's going to be permadeath in whatever way you're worried about. I think we should just take a moment to let them cook, let them figure out the design of this and how it fits into the game they're building. And then once they present it at the Star Citizen Live, which they will do before they ever bring it into the game, then we can give some real solid feedback on what they're saying the final design is. And you can guarantee they're going to react to that, because that's what they do. How old is the Q&A? What game is this about? Yeah, it's about SC. This is from a long time ago. 12 years. Prison activities are optional, but they should add activity requirements in addition to the time for prisoners to finish. You trying to force some labor, Gumbo? Trying to make them clean the roads? You played DayZ, Project Zomboid, and Tarkov. Probably in a minority, but you can handle permadeath. These are just some free dreams from Chris. It's easy to design a game when you have no restraints. That's fair. There 100% are a lot of whole moonshot ideas in these early development days, but all of the moonshot ideas that they had back then, they're working on them at least. Like the whole engineering thing is a really cool addition. I'm glad they're building that in. I wish it was in 4.1. I do. But that's why I think while these are all dreams and pretty important to him, that's why I'm like, they might change, they're gonna change some of this. It's not gonna be the exact same as what they're saying here. I think they'll shoot for this idea though. You and your friends are thinking of buying the game. You're 50-50 right now. Do we make the jump and buy the game? Asking regarding the FPS in the game and the overall performance. No. If you're concerned about the overall performance of the game and you want to jump in and try it out, I would not try it. I would not get it right now. I think there's probably going to be a good time this year, but right now is not it. You can make an account though. If you want, you can use our referral code randomizer. It'll actually get you guys some extra credits in the game it'll also reward one of our lovely supporters who make this possible by giving them some credits and possibly a referral bonus if there is one. So if you want to like make your account, that's completely free. You can hit the link down below, jointomato.com. That'll get you set up, and then really just like keep an eye on maybe Discord or YouTube or something, and I will definitely have a big announcement when I think it's finally time for people to get their friends back into this. How far do you rewind to hear the news about server meshing? I don't have news about server meshing. We were more just looking at how the community is talking about it. People are thinking it's not really working, it's kind of failing, like it's a lost cause. I actually couldn't find the exact thread though that I wanted to discuss there. Hold on, let me see if I can find it. It just like, it's, ooh, that's a cool picture. How come I haven't seen this picture? Nice. Too bad you can't even drop bombs that fast. I freaking hate the way that they drop bombs from ships in this game. You gotta wait like 10 minutes for the next bomb to drop. All right, where was it? Playability, allocation, monitoring chat. People abusing the no clip through walls. Potential fix for the referral wipe. Align in mind. What a wasted opportunity. Limited ships have been locked behind PvP. Now they have the chance with Wicklow to they gatekeep the required resources behind a large event where orgs and streamers will completely dominate, leaving smaller group solo players with little to no chance. Who is making these decisions and why? Is it just incompetence? Are they deliberately catering to streamers, or is it just a preview of where SC is ultimately heading? What a huge disappointment, because some people obviously want to intentionally misinterpret. It's not about making everything accessible for solo players, but this event is almost impossible for smaller groups. It's PvP only. A solo player shouldn't be able to get a Polaris, that's obvious, yeah. But what's the logic behind not being able to earn a ship like the exclusive C1? A ship designed for a crew of 3. Can you, I thought you could get the, can you not get the resources in that cave anywhere else in the game? They just don't show up anywhere else. I don't know what the referral change is. I'll be trying where I can to group with randoms and hope everything pans out. I've beat the event 3 times from random groups of people. I know PT user results may vary. I do understand what OP is saying and agree it's unfortunate, but sometimes all it takes on you is to type doing a line in mind, does anyone want to group up? These words are highly anathema. Anathema? What does that mean? Why are you using words that don't exist in video game manuals? Something or someone that one vehemently dislikes. Anathema.
Anathema.
Anathema. What the hell is that word? Read a book? Hell no. Absolutely not. I learned my English from tweets. You hear me? New rewards, new ladder coming in. Oh, like referral. Oh my god, they're redoing the referral bonus. Wow, that's wild. It's used in fantasy novels a lot. It does sound very fantastical. Interesting word. Anyways, where were we? Oh. Everything is so low trust with extremely high stakes that it's just not sane to risk randoms for this, which again leads to large orgs dominating what should be open for all. This is true. I don't understand how it's always large orgs. Get 5 friends, create an org, and play the game. Or like... I guess this is also just indicative of Star Citizen's issue of not having enough content. It's mainly because of the way that the game plays right now. 5 friends is asking a lot. Bro, dude. Are there 5 people in chat? If you're in chat right now and you would be willing to jump in with somebody else from this chat to play a line in mine, type in me in chat and let's see if there are enough people here. I know it's a streamer, it makes it so much easier, but like you could also join people's discords. Oh, that was sarcastic, thank God. World events would be nice for solo players to join in on and get a share of the reward. And to be clear, I did not have 5 friends that wanted to play this game. I don't have a single friend that I knew before Star Citizen who plays this game. And I was just a normal person before I started making YouTube videos. Like I just like anybody else, I just joined an org and I was able to go and play with people. I'm not saying that should be the case. I fully understand what these people are saying. Like the current state of this game makes it hard to get to enjoy what's new and fun when there's not enough content to do otherwise. But I also think we kind of have this problem of gatekeeping ourselves. To say that you can't take part in a line in mine as a solo player, I think is stopping yourself from having some fun. We've personally played in that area and found solo players who were friendly, who played with us. One of them even showed me how to get the vault weapon. I think it's just a couple of 1 or 2 situations that can completely turn somebody off from wanting to do this. Oh yeah, the SC Reddit Discord always has multiple groups of people playing. You'd be surprised how many people are open to extras joining them just in the general chat alone. There's a lot of people in the SC community who want to help other players. People want to play with other people. They just want to feel safe doing it and they don't trust anyone, which is what this person's saying. But you gotta at least try. Yeah, see, grouping with randoms is too much of a risk. This is why we started GII. The problem is people say grouping with randoms is too much of a risk. So then you say, okay, well, we started a group so you guys can come and join and have people to play with. But then you get this response of, oh, it's all catered towards large orgs. Well, our org is only large because people don't want to join randoms and want to play together. So do we disband the org so that it's not a large org and people still play? Like, what's the freaking answer to this besides make this work for me? Does anybody know how a line in mine, like, I don't know what the actual, what the want is. Usual thing will happen, orgs will dominate the event for the first 2 weeks and the locations will get less populated, allowing smaller crews to have a shot. I think people are also thinking of this as an event. And it's not. It's permanent. It's never going away. At least as far as what CIG have said. They didn't say, oh yeah, this is our 4.1 events. In 4.1.1, we'll be moving on. This whole thing, A Line in Mine, has nothing to do with the ongoing crisis that they mentioned as their narrative. Besides maybe getting the minerals for Rayari, they could just put those minerals in other places. This person said, probably not going to like what I have to say, but I played for about 4 or 5 years, primarily solo with a group of friends. Recently joined a group that totals around 80-ish people. There's pretty much always at least 20 people online during prime time for an evening, usually divided into smaller subgroups doing various things, but typically on the same server when possible. I kid you not, it made the game millions of times better. There's help from glitches, just an in-game message away. Any group content I would like to run, at least 4 or 5 people are down to participate in at any given time. It's been a good deal. I'd straight up genuinely recommend for anyone and everyone to get into a group of some sort. That doesn't mean you can't have or won't have your solo play or small group play anymore. It just gives you access to more people with like-minded gameplay ideas to play with you at any time. That's pretty much it. People just really don't want anything to do with other folks, and in an MMO, especially in a sandbox environment, Like, this person just came up in here and said it's a PvP only event. Sorry, AI developers and everybody who worked on the Valakar folks and the factions there. They don't exist. Align and mine, cave opens, get minables, turn into Banu, get rewards, easily doable solo once the orc pushes die down a bit. But it is the only way to get those. Most MMOs over the last 15 years. Sad reality is that they have allowed content that used to be designed for groups to become increasingly easier to solo. So a lot of players expect that now. The thing is, I've heard people also soloing this, but I can't, like, that's the thing. How would they do that? What would they, do they lock, like, as soon as you align the first dish, would they just lock the whole area in an armistice zone? I'm trying to think of how a solo player can help in a centralized thing like that. I know that in something like Supply or Die, that works because you can be a solo player helping and it's not centralized. So you're just like going about your business. But technically, picking up a battery in the Hathor group location and then flying it up to the space station is the same as picking up Detatrine from Supply or Die and flying it to one of the turn-in locations. So in terms of solo viability, the same possibilities exist. This is just a centralized location, so it's harder to go by it without being seen. You tend to pick up friendly players as you move through the sites. So do we when we're not doing like an event. You think the mine would need to be instanced. But even getting to the mine would still be dangerous. You can stockpile the cards and batteries in each location so you can mass do them all at once. Just takes longer solo than with a group. Right. Aren't all the wards contingent on mining the cave at the end though? So solo players can open the mine for groups to take over. Yeah. So I mean, then it turns around and it becomes, what does it mean to be solo viable? Does it have to be fun for solo players? Or do you have to get the rewards as a solo player? As a solo player, could you be the person who stops somebody from figuring it out? Or is it just point blank, this has to be completable easily by a solo player where nobody else can affect your process? Communication would be great. We talked about that. Chat, VoIP, that's definitely part of it. I'm just not sure where the angle comes to try to make this solo. All I want is group PvP content. CZ is PvP. Wicklow is PvP. I genuinely, I'm so tired of PvP versus PvE. So tired of this debate. Everything in Star Citizen is PvP. With the way that people talk about this, we should just come to the term that everything in Star Citizen is PvP. If Wicklow as a mission giver is a PvP edition, then everything is. And that, honestly, I'm kind of done with the conversation after that. It's, oh man. I'm really glad that CIG just kind of works on this stuff, dude. If they actually were trying to solve all of the problems people have with how much gameplay is available to them for their specific thing, we'd be screwed. Realistically though, for solos, this new content should have just introduced minables and random spawns, just a lot rarer. But they did introduce new minables, right? It's just this one single mineable that you can find there that's there. They introduced new minables, they balanced the mining, they made it so that FPS and vehicle mining isn't the same. They added a new mining vehicle, 2 new mining vehicles. Every single one of those things was focused on solo players. You can't get multiple people in the Golem. Only one person can use a geo. The rock, the FPS minables, all this is solo focus and it's still mineable stuff. People just want the rewards. They're not here for the gameplay. Your favorite PvP mission is... I said I wasn't even going to talk about this anymore. Look at me. The new minables aren't relevant to this stuff. Yeah, but that doesn't mean that you can't play this stuff. Like, what I'm saying is, we take the part of the update that has content that actually does benefit group people, and we ignore the parts that have content that benefits the solos. And we say, why doesn't this group content also benefit the solos? When arguably it does still. It's just not exclusively for the solo players. The rewards that mean nothing because this isn't even the game, it's a fundraiser. I mean, the rewards are definitely a very cool part of the game. Finally, we can earn stuff in game. And it sucks to not be able to earn that. Okay, I'll give you that. But aren't there other quests that Wicklow offers that don't require the minables, or does everything require the minables? If the event offers solo ships, then solo players should be able to obtain small amounts of those materials elsewhere. All right, yeah, so does Wicklow not offer anything else? Everything requires the minables. I see. Well, in that case, then yeah. Okay, I'll give you that. Wicklow should have other things you can do that don't require the minables. Okay, now I'm getting mixed messages. He offers a lot not minables related. Okay, so Wicklow has other missions. His favors need the minables and the favors are used for other missions. But does every favor need minables, is what I'm asking. The only thing that does not is his entry quest. Okay, not everything includes the minables, but the majority of the stuff does. So they're definitely trying to push people to go there. I feel it. I think that if they're going to drop the mission giver in there, and they're going to link that mission giver to a location that... Rather, if they're going to link that mission giver to a solo source of resources, then yeah, that's going to gate those resources. They will be added to other locations eventually too. But I get it. For the people who are doing this right now, who want to play right now, okay. I see why you're angry about that. I don't think that means they should change the Align and Mine event, or the Align... We need to stop calling it an event, man. This is CIG's fault. They need to stop calling it an event. It's just the name of the patch, right? No, they just call it Orbital Assault. So I guess Align and Mine is the name of the event. You're just confusing us now, bruh. Either way, whatever it is that's happening, right, with this location, as long as they're spreading out the resources afterward, that's good. But I get why people are unhappy about the Wicklow stuff. I don't think that means they should change the location itself. I think that just means they should add those resources elsewhere. Wait, Karenite can be found in other places? Can we confirm that? Hold on. Star Citizen, where to find Karenite? Probably yelling at some manager. Types of Karenite and their current profit. And where do you find them? I don't see any confirmation of that. I think we can all assume that it's not just going to be in one place forever, but I was interested in seeing if you could at least find it anywhere else. Merhaba, Illuminati. Mrs. Tomato, where is the lunch? Where's it going to be? Where do you want to go? Only at Hathor for now? Okay. I'll take Gumbo as a source. You can sell it to other players too. That's funny. Like, and this is the Star Citizen thing. We were talking about this earlier. You find a way to do whatever you're gonna do. If you're a solo player and you don't want to go into the cave, make some money and offer it to the people who did. Hey, I'll buy that off you. And of course, people don't want money right now, but like, make a deal. Work together. Or even sneak in there after everyone else. Yeah, and it also is all just for data gathering. Like, that's what it all comes down to. Do you think this game is worth getting as of now? Not right now. You don't lose anything from waiting, except for some gameplay if you like the game, but some games go through like a buzz and it's like, oh, you gotta play this month. You should definitely play right now. It's really hot. It's really good. It's not going anywhere. It's not gonna fade away. Like, you can come back every patch and see when it's stable and try it then. It's not really super stable right now. All right. Let's get off that topic. Let's talk about Mark II ships. Star Citizen is taking all their ships and they're going to make new versions of them and then they're going to drop the old ones. Or at least you would think if you looked at the Mark II trailer for the new Super Hornet.
You know,
blowing my speakers out. Dude, those guys, these NPCs would have sniped them in the head so fast, their aim is ridiculous with these SMGs.
I've been to Rome and Venice, New York, Golf and tennis, but I get lost finding my way to your heart. Now that you know I love you so, hold me and kiss me and show me the way to
Okay, yeah. So this is the new Super Hornet Mark II. We've seen multiple of these come out. This is like their big sort of feature on it.
Mark II is the Super Hornet Mark I, beefed up to take on all the stylings of the new Mark II Hornet. So the F7A MK2. This is the F7CM MK2, so it's in that family. It's a new generation of Hornets.
It has an extended nose in order to accommodate the second pilot, the co-pilot.
It's got 2 seats, so you've got a co-pilot sitting behind you. So the ship itself is a little bit...
Yeah, you get the idea. So why is this ship being remade? Well, for starters, you might go back in their history and look at their old ships and think, okay, what was the first ship they had? Well, their oldest ship was indeed the Hornet.
Great.
And you can see that unfortunately, I don't think we have to worry about graphics improving. They know how to update them. First Hornet, obviously it was made for Squadron 42. It was very important for it to be the kind of test bed. They moved on to the Gladius from it, but it is still a pretty crucial ship for them.
On the top, and then of course there's obviously the engine at the back. Most of the ships in the
so lots of eyes on the Hornet back in the early days, and then you kind of start looking at some of their other ships, the Freelancer, some of the Vanduul ships.
For me, the sketching part of it is...
And like you can tell. Oh, that's a different design for the Freelancer.
Okay, now let's go to 3D model.
So you can tell it doesn't quite look like this anymore. Actually, let's see if they show us what they... Yeah, so they came up with this. It doesn't quite look like this anymore. Like the ship changed, but they didn't actually do a Mark II. They just updated the ships. And basically just anybody who bought the old one got updated to the new one. We can go to some of the other old ships they've done. Like the 300 series. This is what got me into the game. And as you can tell from here, it also doesn't look the same as it does now in game. That's because when they made it, it became outdated. So they went back over it and updated it and made it look like a different ship. They didn't keep this model around and make a Mark II and charge us money for both. They just updated this and gave all of us, like me, the new version when it came out. They've done the same thing for the Cutlass Black, the same thing for the... other ships that I can't call off the top of my head right now. And, what else? Not the Constellation, not yet. Oh, the Avenger Titan. Right. This might have been the first one they did it with, actually. It got a lot bigger. Yeah, the Avenger used to be pretty small. I don't even think it had an interior, guys. Look at this. I'm pretty sure you just climbed into the cockpit. So it's clear that like they haven't just suddenly started updating ships. They've done this before. Ships get old. They need to be updated for the new standards, the new metrics, the new components, all that stuff. It's going to happen to every ship. It's going to happen to Constellation. It's going to happen to the MSR. What's not going to happen, at least I don't believe is going to happen, is they're just going to start making new versions of every ship and sell those alongside the old ones. It's not common practice for CIG, and while maybe they'll do it with a couple others, I don't think we should rely on it. I don't think you should expect any ship that you like to suddenly get some new version you're going to have to buy. Expect the ship you like to get updated and then hope it's an update that you like. If not, sell it. Get something else. We can go back to also the release of the Zeus, which was another Mark II. And just like with the Hornet, it was a Mark II for its own very specific situation, which we're going to go over in a second here. Where is the... When did they talk about the Zeus? I don't know where they introduced it, but
have your miss.
I think they talked about it here.
The RSI Zeus Mark II is a reimagining of the original RSI Zeus. The Zeus was the first mass-made human exploration ship that was capable of doing quantum travel.
Okay, so it was pretty old. It was from way back in the day. The Zeus Mark I doesn't exist in the game. That's the only reason they made a Mark II. If there wasn't a Zeus Mark I, this would have just been the Zeus, and it would have been the same ship. They're not remaking another ship. Is that CitizenCon? Okay. So now we go back to the Hornet. Why is the Hornet so special? It actually goes back to the first video we watched, which is the fact that it is the Squadron 42 ship. This is the one that the whole game kind of hinged around. So they gave it this like really special feel. And they decided that when they made it, they wanted to have, oh my God, I got rid of the freaking link. Hold on, I gotta find my history now. When they made it, they decided that they wanted to do something unique for it, which is why it probably is the only ship that's going to get this very kind of obvious Mark II treatment. Here is a video of Chris Smith, who does a lot of the work on the Hornet, talking about the Hornet F7A in 2016. 9 years. Okay, 8 years before the F7A actually came out. They were talking about what they wanted to do with it. So watch this and just like consider that maybe it was a bit part of a plan and they didn't just randomly whip out the Hornet Mark II.
Hey guys, not too long ago I received the awesome task of creating the new Hornet F7A ship, which will be featured in Squadron 42. I recently got done with the modeling and texturing portion of the ship build, and I would like to show you guys the process on how we created the all-new Hornet F7A. The original Hornet F7A MK1 was created by CGBot and it was used in the first pitch video by Chris Roberts. The F7A is going to be featured in Squadron 42, so naturally we were looking to do a complete update for the Hornet.
So that's important because he's specifying that the original ship they showed us isn't the one we're flying, it's the one that was made for Squadron. So they already had that model existing. They made the F7C so that we could use, so they did need to update this model as well.
In the first pitch video by Chris Roberts. The F7A is going to be featured in Squadron 42, so naturally we were looking to do a complete update for the Hornet, since the mesh being used in the game as of now is still essentially the old CGBot model from 4 years ago. The idea here was to keep the original Hornet F7 MK1 series in the game, and then add the F7A MK2 model completely new from the ground up with our latest techniques and pipeline procedures. Chris thought it would be cool to have the classic Hornet and the new version run side by side, and players would have the opportunity to keep the old MK1 as a classic collector's item. We were also going to revisit the MK1 one last time with an update on materials and damage systems to have it mesh better with our current assets.
So they actually, I like to say that they shouldn't do this unless they're supporting that other ship that they're making Legacy. But he's confirming here that they're just going to update it and then move on and stick with the new ship. I really hope they don't do that. I hope that that is not the way they treat this. I think that's a pretty pathetic move in regards to the first Hornet. But maybe it'll be like 1.0, it gets its final update or something like that.
While we wanted an updated and new Hornet, we still wanted to keep the essence of the Hornet line of spaceships, rugged and relatively simple, yet very effective. Also, I had the thought that from a distance, one should be able to tell that the ship is a Hornet F7. Essentially, I wanted to update the lines of the MK1 Hornet and also bring the mesh up to a higher fidelity and functionality level. We also had a list that we gathered from fans with issues and complaints about the current Hornet ships.
Oh, we've
from
got
that list,
so many
I
of
gathered
those.
the most important problems, and most of them were already on my list as well. I tried to remedy as many issues as I could. The initial blockout went well and quick. I took some inspiration.
They said they're going to maintain them. Cool, I thought they had. Just wanted to make sure.
From a few of the original concepts from McKinney, and also jet fighters like the F-14, F-19, F-22, and so on. I started with the front nose section. I made it slimmer.
Okay, we got most of the, like, this is just a long segment about the Hornet. Here's the old trailer
I hope
about
you
it.
enjoy flying it in Squadron 42.
Not a trailer, just literally a shot of it. But yeah, that is basically where the whole Mark II thing comes from. That's it. And maybe they'll do some others. As Hustle mentioned, they used to kind of theorize the idea that they would release versions of ships, like almost like they were like new updated versions. Maybe they'll do that. I haven't seen any reason for them doing that. I think they might do that after 1.0, because it'd just be really hard to do that with a whole bunch of ships beforehand. Maybe they will. As long as they support them, I think that's fine. But in general, I don't think we're going to see any others, or maybe just like a few rare Mark II ships in the game. This isn't make your wish list of Mark IIs you want to see. That being said, these ships need reworks, baby. God, some of them are so painful to use. Like even the MSR, which feels like it was a new ship not long ago, doesn't even have internal storage. Sad day. Anyways, I hope that explains how this whole Mark II thing came to be, and maybe gives you some more information on it going forward. And I think that's mostly everything that I wanted to talk about today. Save the Connie. What episode of that? Of Inside Around the Verse? It was way back. Linking it to you now. These Around the Verse episodes are actually what we used to get before we got monthly reports, because they would basically be the same thing as a monthly report. It would start out and you would have just the specific devs that worked at that studio giving you updates on what happened at that studio. So instead of giving the whole company's monthly report, they would give it on a per dev, per studio basis, and they'd do each of their 4 studios every month. So you get one video every week, and it would be like 25 to 45 minutes long of just pure development updates and talking.
Hopefully you guys haven't really seen before. Something
it was a
new.
great time.
When I first
when they stopped doing this and they started to move more towards Inside Star Citizen and kind of their format that we know now, people were not happy. I remember for a long time there was the conversation, the back and forth of like, okay, these episodes are now 15 minutes long. They're so short. Okay, now they're 10 minutes long. Like, you guys keep shortening up the content. And it was a matter of, well, this was back during the time when they couldn't get anything into the game. Because as terrible as the game is right now, back then, we didn't even get regular updates. So instead, they made us happy by just showing us every little bit of development that was going on that wasn't making it into the game. And once that stopped happening, these updates got shorter.
The flight-ready Argo and Reliant, as well as the pirate base Grimhex. We're really excited to get this out to you guys. We've also been focusing heavily on testing the FPS game mode Star Marine, which involves cross-studio playtests between our 4 studios in preparation for patch 2.6.
Hope you guys enjoyed that update. There's lots of stuff going on. Thanks, guys.
Kovalix Shipping Hub, still the site of one of the best quests in Star Citizen. Except I think they took it out for 4.0. Didn't talk about referral bonus changes. I'll check that out. You see? One space station, dramatic trailer video. We just did not have very much to show off. Uncover the truth.
And is with NPC.
To bring shots and art created by the community for us to use for our desktop wallpaper. Needless to say, these all made the cut. So great work. Congratulations again.
Tyler.
You're this week's
Chat.
Will we start to see NPCs within the game?
We're aiming to release the first NPCs in what's currently called 2.7 in late 2016.
Good old
Limited
Tony.
numbers at first and then gradually increasing in quantity. The initial set of characters will consist of things like shopkeepers, store patrons, maintenance workers, entertainers,
Who remembers the
tourists,
bartender?
And vagrants. And they'll be found predominantly in the larger landing zones, Area 18, Port Olisar, Levski, and Grim Hex. We'll be looking to fine-tune performance, animation quality, and usable functionality in particular, with the focus on really amping up the diversity and variety of their actions a bit farther down the road. That first wave of NPCs won't have a lot to say, but you can expect them to get progressively more talkative in subsequent releases.
No.
At the design level,
No.
most
Literally, subsequent release of 4.0 was when they started talking.
of the gameplay systems are unified under the auspices.
Actually, you know what? That's not far off for them. Back at this time, Chris was theorizing that 4.0 would be out by like 2018. So
of subsumption, which
Okay.
means that conversational logic will be able to easily interpret and branch based upon your reputation in a given area, your personal history with that character, whether they've given you any tasks to accomplish.
Dude, we
and how
still
you-
don't have that. Ah, watching these old videos sometimes is just
fared, and other things of that sort. The longer term objective is to
Oh, wait, no, I'm sorry. I don't say negative things. You're all being impatient.
inject as much dynamism as possible into areas that will be populated with NPCs.
Seriously, dude, we can't even talk to an NPC yet. Like, even the little freaking text selections when you're at a mission giver are difficult to select. It's actually okay. All right, hold on. Mission givers do react to your reputation. I'll give you that. But outside of that,
one of the ways by which we mean to do this is via the addition of dynamically constructed daily schedules to the NPC population. This is going to allow them to vary what they're doing and where they're doing it based upon the time of day. If you arrive at a landing site during the day, then you might find shoppers hunting for a good deal and workers just going about their normal business. If you touch down late at night, though, you might see fewer characters on the streets and a greater percentage of partygoers, entertainers, drunks, and criminals.
see, we hear this being talked about here, and we're now just seeing it in the monthly reports, kind of mentioning that it's actually happening. It annoys me to no bounds that we went through this period of Star Citizen where it felt like these people had just like time traveled to the future and come back and been like, yeah, this is how it's going. This is what's happening in the next couple of years. The thing I hate is like, they thought that 4.0 was going to happen. That's the big kicker. I don't know if they thought 4.0 was happening, if they were just BSing 4.0 was going to happen or whatever. But there was a precedent set somehow at CIG that the things that we are now seeing with server meshing coming online is actually, was what they thought was going to come online back then and what they thought might make these differences. I don't think reading it over text is making it better. We hear these things in game. We don't hear the rep with the random NPCs, but like we hear NPCs talking now. We hear conversations going on. They definitely need to work harder on it. But as far as like these sorts of AI focused improvements are going, they're things that we're just now seeing. My problem isn't that they're not happening at all. My problem is that they're happening now when they were talking about them 8 freaking years ago. And I know that's a lot of people's problem with a lot of stuff, but it's funny to come across it randomly like this. I think they've always been ahead of where they advertise or say they are. I think their excitement's always been ahead of the reality of the development. I don't think that's not a hot take. I think most people think that. I think just about everybody, including Chris Roberts' children, probably would say their enthusiasm and optimism outpaces their production. And this period of time, for sure, leading up until I want to say like hardcore up until 2018, less so up until like 2021, they just weren't, their timelines were so freaking far off. And they were still off after 2021, but at least their like margin of error kind of off. If your margin is really big. And unless we're in a different decade kind of off. I'm not making the excuse for them though. They're still off so much on their predictions and their plans. I'm just glad it's making it into the game finally. I'm glad to be on the other side of server meshing. The other side of the initial release of server meshing. You think their internal builds have everything they've learned? It doesn't scale well to the community size. I think their AI, yeah, is in that position. But I'm also kind of like, why don't you guys show more demos of that stuff if it exists? Yeah, we see it a little bit. Just, I guess it takes effort to put together demos. I don't know, whatever. We're talking in circles at this point. I think that's everything that I wanted to go over. I was just touching on this last bit with the... With what? What is it? What was it? Oh, the Hornet, right? How many years before 1.0 actually comes out? I would probably say like 5 to be safe. Internally, I think it's earlier than that. I think it's sooner than that. I think 3 years, maybe 3.5 years. End of 2020. Okay, not 3.5 years. End of, yeah, 27, 28. I would say is like a good. That would be a good. You know, things are going well if we're getting this end of 27. If it's gonna be like 28, 29, I think that seems a little bit more realistic. And that's a freaking so long, so long. The thing that saves me from like melting from disappointment in that idea is that I don't need it to be 1.0 to be enjoying the game. I already have a decent amount of fun doing some stuff. If they can keep it together, I think it'll just be a lot more fun over the next few years. You don't think they should lose time on capital ships? But that's one of their biggest criticisms is they haven't delivered the capital ships. How long until the next system? Oh, I think they could get another system in by the end of this year. 1.0 is indeed the MVP, you're right. If it releases in 26, if Squadron releases in 26 and you think 3 years, yeah, Squadron will be a good, that'll tell. No, not Terra before Castra. That was just making a joke back then. Oh, right. The referral changes. Good. Yeah, we need to touch on that before I go. Let's hear what that's about. Stretch goals we haven't seen, like the battle cruiser and light carrier. Yeah, they got things they got to get out. All right. No This Week in Star Citizen just yet. Okay. So, new rewards, new ladder, people talking about new referrals. Let's take a look. As you all know, I'm like the top of the referrals leaderboard, so I need to know what I'm going to get next. No, I'm surprised they're actually doing this. For like all these years, I genuinely didn't think they were going to get this updated, but cool. Hey man, I didn't say the new system was happening this year. I said it was possible. It could happen. All right. Xylo said, hi everyone. We wanted to let you know that the current Star Citizen referral program will be sunsetting on July 1st, and we will be taking away all of the referrals you've earned over the years. No, I'm kidding. Not that last part. This is to make way for a completely revamped referral ladder, one that's been rebuilt from the ground up with fresh rewards, updated milestones, and improved functionality. This is going to... This gonna make headlines. Hold on a second. Oh man, this is gonna make headlines. Oh my god. Why are they doing this right now? Let me just double check where the funding's at. Oh god, fuck. Oh, this is gonna be a rough couple of... Dude, the articles are gonna flow on this. New referral rewards. It's not April. It's not April. This ain't April Fools. No, this is for real. New referral rewards, and we're about to hit $800 million in public funding, dude. Oh man. Read the comments. People are mouthing. Dude, I don't have to read the comments to know that Spectrum's going to be on fire from this. This is going to be... It's all about the streamers. It's the streamers. It's the YouTubes. I don't... Like, referral programs honestly make me a little bit uneasy. I think they're beneficial to the game and to the people involved in them. But they can't be relied on too much. And I just don't think the optics of it are worth it. Oh, I mean, this definitely helps with streamers and YouTubers. But it's I mean, this is about like, hey, I have friends. Hey, you guys got friends? Hey, do your friends want free stuff? Shouldn't big streamers with javelins be happy about this? I mean, people think that everybody wants everything for themselves, and I don't. I want what's healthy for this game. I'm not saying this isn't unhealthy or this isn't healthy for the game. I just... It is iffy. I'm not huge on referral programs with other companies either. I think that they, again, are beneficial and they work, but you can't get too deep in with them, you know? Anyways, let's keep going. I don't want to rain on everything before we start. The existing ladder has remained largely unchanged since its introduction, and it's time for a refresh. The updated program will introduce a variety of Star Citizen and Squadron 42 themed rewards, with more frequent unlocks and meaningful incentives earlier in the journey. We're giving you a full 3 months notice, so you have time to make a final push towards your next tier. No, dude. Don't say that. We're giving you some advanced warning. Do you get more people in? Ah, that's kind of funny. I feel bad because I was literally telling somebody about using our referrals earlier today. But granted, we defer all our referrals. We, like I said, we give them to our supporters. Like a little thank you. Thanks, y'all. When has CIG not looked at the optics and said, let's start this dumpster fire? And they canceled the free fly. That was their moment. Keep running off that momentum, CIG. Maybe they have new systems and need to throw some older ones out to get it all working properly. Maybe. Really gonna push for my referral javelin. Referral rewards didn't need a revamp. I agree. Like the referral rewards, they're not great. And full disclosure, because I know how this looks. I'm not saying don't use your referral codes. This is why we still give our supporters referral codes. I'm saying that CIG needs to be careful with how they use this. The referral program itself, using it benefits you. And if you've got people that you know who want to play, why not give them a little extra? I've gotten all my referrals. I got them a while. It took like a few years. But yeah, a lot of that was because of the new players guides I did. They don't put me up here because I'm like the secret top person that they don't want to out me. But I've gotten plenty of referrals from this. It's not bad to use referrals. It's just CIG themselves with the way they treat the referral program, I think needs to be a little bit careful with it. What happens to your current referral programs? The current ladder and its rewards will no longer be available after July 1st. Will the new ladder carry over existing referrals? No! Your referrals are getting wiped out. Everybody's a basic bitch. Can I still earn rewards through referrals before July 1st? Yes, please. Tell all the people. In fact, go make ads in YouTube with your referral code on them. I can't believe we see those ads. Humble brag. I don't mean to brag about it. The javelin I got is gonna go to the org. Like it's not really, I don't know. I'm not super hooked on like the ships and stuff in this game. I love them. I just don't need to own them. I just want to be on them. I don't need to fly. This is a benefit of not needing to be the pilot. Will the new rewards include ships or gear? They said they're not revealing the full lineup just yet, but yes, you can expect a variety of Star Citizen and Squadron 42 themed rewards. Where can I learn more once the new program launches? That would be July 1st, probably on the referral page. Hell, like CIG isn't going to make all the noise about it launching. What happens to rewards I've already earned? Any rewards you've already unlocked from the current program will be removed from your account. I'm kidding again. That's not what they said. They said they're yours. They'll be kept. A taxable benefit. Yeah, it's a write-off. If you have 1,000 referrals, you're at 0 again. Yes. Honestly, people won't top the boards. Well, actually, who knows? Who knows what the population of this game will look like soon? Well, I mean, I don't know. I don't think this doesn't matter that much. Yeah, I know we're making a video about it. That's just because, we're covering the news, and I'm going to leave a little bit of my opinion in here. But ultimately, it's a referral program. It can be abused. It can definitely be used as a way to get people in the game before they're ready. And that's why I think it's worth it for everybody to, if they are interested and they want to get a referral bonus for whatever reason, make your free account and put the referral bonus in, but just then don't go and spend any money. You can sit on it and wait until you're ready to jump in. I just don't think that these referral bonuses should necessarily be leading to people spending more money than they're ready to. It's just like a deal in a store. They're just trying to get you to spend more money because you're getting something else for free. Which again, is good for the player. We should benefit from that. I just think CIG needs to be careful here. It'd be nice if the referral program tied in the guide system. Maybe this is a little crazy. Maybe they could have an overall point system. Am I insane? The gamifying the literal act of maintaining the game. What if you could get points for doing things? Oh God, no. This is awful. This is terrible. Okay, pretend like it's not me saying this. What if there was a point system at CIG that you could redeem for UEC? Dollars on the store? Items in the shop? Points for something. And you get points for issue council. You get points for positive... No, not reputation on Spectrum. That'd be bad. You get points for the referral program, instead of getting direct referrals. He said, "Yikes!" And what was the other thing? You get points for testing the PTU. What if they just gamified all that? Why is that bad? I just like gamifying everything is weird. Say what you buy so you can sell those ships, no problem. You know what you pay for. People are already gaming the issue council rewards. True. That's true. It all comes down to execution for sure. I think it would be weird, but I'm also kind of like, it wouldn't be like a direct, here, you get a reward for getting someone into the game, but ultimately that adds up to things that you could do other ways to help benefit the development of the game. Nebel asked, does that mean over the 5,000 referrals are simply deleted? How many referrals do I have? Where does it say that? Oh yeah, that's right. They don't tell me because I have too many, right? Sorry. Others who are on the verge of a new reward but don't make it in time also lose their points. You can't be serious. To be clear, this would be a massive scam for everyone who has been working their asses off for the community for years. You should find a way to transfer existing points into the new system instead of taking away from people. It would suck to be like all the way at like 2015. Oh God. That's not a humble brag. I genuinely don't know how many referrals I got, but it's nowhere near these people. That's for sure. Yeah, this is oh man. This conversation is going to be a freaking mess to jump into. You referred 7,462 people, incredible number. However, our current referral ladder only offers up to 2017, meaning you've already unlocked everything. Ladder refresh means you will have rewards to unlock again, which are greatly improved. He's literally just being like, hey, you're really big, so you don't have to worry about it. What about all the other people? Oh, I see. So he's talking about recruits versus actual referrals. Right. Yeah. So when somebody takes a free account, when somebody gets a free account, it doesn't actually give you the referral till they spend money. Yeah, that's not a great angle. Number that serves no purpose other than show it in ranking. The real rewards for you and the backer who used your code. I genuinely, who cares about the actual ladder? But, oh man. Oh, this is a rough one. Let's see how it happens long term. I think ultimately people are going to be annoyed with this whenever it comes up, but most people won't care when we're not talking about it. It's like one of those things. Click on your user icon, account settings, then referral program. Wait, I don't want to like out my information. Hold on, what pops up? What do you guys pop up when you... Oh yeah, look at that. What do I click? Account settings, and then referral program. Let's see. Okay, account settings. And I am definitely not going to pull up referral program or my account settings while you guys are on the screen. Yeah, I don't know. So I'm like, I don't know what I can and cannot show on here. I'm at 2,500, but you can see here that there are recruits and there are prospects. So recruits, these are all the people who have actually got the game after using my code. And then here are the people who have signed up but haven't actually jumped into the game. And you can kind of tell I don't use my referral code anymore. They stopped last year because at at the beginning of last year, we made it so that they all go to our supporters, and just took a while to get rid of all the links. Not popular enough to have referrals? Oh, come on. I know you got a friend or two. Just rope them in. Just get them in. Just be like, hey, bro, I'll pay you $40 if you buy this game with my referral code. That's winning, right? You're just going to pay the cost of whatever the free item is you get from the referral code to your friend, and then be like, okay, you can spend the rest and get the game. Deal? See, now that's when referral programs have gone too far. That's a problem. Yeah, most people don't have referrals. Or enough to care about this, yeah. That too. And that's the thing. This is just going to be drama. This isn't about the game's development. This probably isn't going to affect the game's development in any way. This is very much a community-focused thing. So a lot of people are just going to check out for this, and I think that's the best way to do it. Obviously, we need to make sure we pay attention to what CIG is doing and how that affects the way the game develops and like the health of the community, but we'll see where this goes. Either way, hope you got the news. Yeah, I think that is a little cringy when people are like celebrating folks having trouble with their wallets. That's about it for everything today, guys. Don't think I had anything else to go over. They are, I guess, just permanently late on making their posts from now on. So I guess, I don't know if I'm going to do it this week in Star Citizen this week, but if I do, it'll hopefully be out tomorrow. Yeah, the clickbait gods are going to love that video. Oh my god. And the comments are going to be freaking crazy. But, we'll see. How much can I clickbait my video about it? They're taking away my referral ladder. Why does This Week in Star Citizen post so late? Everything posts late now, man. The monthly reports post late. The roadmap roundups post late. This Week in Star Citizen post late. Why is this one yellow? Oh, it's the newsletter. Hope you guys enjoyed, whether you're driving, hanging out at home, eating lunch, or at work. I hope you got something good out of this. Entertainment, education, information. Maybe you just sat there and hate watched me the whole time. Hey, you know what? If it made your day better and you didn't cause trouble in chat, more power to you. Hope you're having a good one. Everybody, treat yourselves well for the rest of the day. If you don't, I'm going to come find you. Have yourselves a good one. Do something fun. Go find somebody you love and give them a hug. Give yourself a hug. Eat some good food, folks. Treat yourselves well. And I will see you all on Wednesday for another show. If you are a supporter or you got a membership or a Twitch sub or anything gifted today, make sure to keep an eye out. I should have the new exclusive video ready for you in probably tomorrow, if not tonight, about exploration in Star Citizen and where it's going. Hopefully that helps you out. And that means a new exclusive is becoming public, so keep an eye out on your feeds, guys, for another Space Tomato Talk coming out tomorrow. And I'll be back with you on Wednesday. Like I said, treat yourselves well, have a good day, and I'll see you then. Bye-bye, everybody. Peace.